I am Samuli Valkama. I work in the Towards Sustainable Tendering project here in Lapin, Lapland UAS. I will be hosting this event tonight or today. And if you have any questions, please you can ask them from me. But without me speaking further, I think we could start with our rector, Riitta Rissanen. You could come here and please give the opening words. So, yeah, applauses maybe.
Okay, good morning everybody. I'm so happy to share the opening words for this seminar. I thought that what could I say to the topic which is globally so important. And if we think about the Lapland where we are living here, I think that those issues connected to sustainability and development of changes which is happening in climate and which is happening in all of our business areas is very important. But my perspective comes more or less from the point of view what universities can do. And we have had Lapland University Applied Sciences here in Lapland working already 30 years. 30 years we have been educating people with different disciplines: engineering, healthcare, business, agriculture, different technology areas, and so on and so on. And when we think about the future of business models, the future of sustainability, I think that the most important impact which the university can give to issues like sustainability is the competencies of people. So by educating young professionals in our university or doing research and development work with our stakeholders are the most relevant issues where we can have our own role to develop the areas which is connected to the topic which we are sharing today in our seminar. As all the universities have done a strategy, and of course we have made it too. And what we think about the sustainability issues, what kind of perspective we have taken in here in Lapland, we have a joint strategy with Lapland University and Lapland University Applied Sciences. And we have thought that our mission is to be kind of responsible Arctic community. They are very big words there: responsible, Arctic, it's a very natural place to be, and community. This means that we challenge also not but ourselves, we challenge our students, and we challenge our stakeholders to come together to solve the problems which we are facing on the earth. That is the meaning of community. We understand that we can't do everything by ourselves as a university. We need a lot of people come together. And one clear example are these kind of seminars based on our research, where we discuss about the topic, where we share ideas and hopefully come up with new ideas how we can proceed with this area. In our strategy, we have made some choices. We think that we have something to do with the topic with global Arctic responsibility. There are areas with green industry, with sustainable built environment, and of course the issues connected to energy. And we think about this global Arctic responsibility strategic choice. I'm very happy to see that those elements which we have picked in our strategy are also connected to the seminar today which we are dealing with. We are talking about sustainable business. If we think about areas where we can minimize harmfulness effects on transportation, or what we can do with using local raw materials here in our Lapland area. Then we have a topic as sustainable tourism, and there are a lot of small businesses in Lapland with a sustainable area, and there is a very important point: what kind of tenders we make, how we act, where we get our raw materials, where we buy, how we can evaluate what kind of tendering policy we should have in our businesses. And this is kind of a connection with the topic which we are also having today. Of course, responsibility and sustainability are also connected with the people issue, especially today in healthcare sector. And this is one of the areas where we want to proceed, what kind of solutions we can build for in technology basis for supporting sustainable services, especially in healthcare. And also in that context, there are a lot of issues connected with their tendering policies. So this was kind of a platform for presenting why we think that this kind of topics which we are sharing today are strategically important for our university. I think that here in our local surroundings, we have a lot of things to do, how we can build a more sustainable place to live. It's not something that the others will do, it's the question that we have to do. And I think that I'm so happy that we have been able to carry this topic during this project which we are dealing today. So I think that the headline from the seminar, From Policy to Actions, is very vital and concrete example that what universities can do together with stakeholders, businesses, and not forgetting our students, future players who will do hopefully better things than our generation has been able to do. But dear audience, that was my small presentation and opening words for the seminar, and I hope that we will have a good connection with the topic further on, and we can develop a more safety and sustainable Lapland here together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opening. It's working, yeah. For the opening words. Next, we have the project manager of Towards Sustainable Tendering, Mika Uitto. Please, Mika, you can come on the stage. Welcome.
Thank you all. So I'm Mika Uitto from Lapland University of Applied Sciences, project manager there, and have been leading this project 3 years now. Shortly about the numbers. So it's a 800,000 euro project. It's ending now. 3 years we have developed this topics. The main outcome and what were the project goals? We wanted to create understanding of the tendering impacts to areas And we want to point out that the cheapest choices are not often creating value to area, and also to show CO2 emissions of tendering processes and point out long-term effects to area's economics, like taxes and employment rate. And to demonstrate how area's appeal can be enhanced by tendering processes in long term. And then about tendering in Finland, 47 billion euros, like you see in the trailer in the beginning. And what you actually get with that, cheap products and services, or maybe responsible, sustainable, employing, environment-friendly, and socially impactful purchases. And the main outcome from the project was WebTool. And shortly said, it is a 4-stage tool where you first search the products by CPV classes, and then you can specify your search more closely, and then you can arrange the results that you will find from the products and services by these meters, their price, which also include tax income and effect of employment. Then there's a price of transport, transport emissions, and also now we have finished the emissions from the energy products. Then when you have see the results of your searches, you can add services and products to different baskets, A and B. And then you can see the actual impacts of your plan. So you can compare the card A to card B and see the differences in the price, in the employments, and employment rate, taxes, and emissions. Then one really good key thing is here that you can create networks, because the smaller entrepreneurs usually cannot provide their products to the larger tenderings, so they can do this by these networks. Their capacity can be combined, and therefore they can answer to bigger ones. This is from the actual tool, so it's a map-based system where you can see that there's 5 municipalities have been in this tendering. Now Posio municipality have been selected, and you can see, compare and see the results of A and B basket on the left side. So the A will create 3 years of work in Posio, and versus B 4.5 year, and taxes and emissions will be shown there too. And what is the actual benefits? Like I said, the SMEs can offer the products and services in the database, and decision makers can then find them in the region and see near area producement better and understand what is in the area. SMEs can create network profiles. Decision makers and buyers can also propose these networks to the local SMEs when they find them from the tool. The need for local production starts to increase slowly as the pressure to answer the procurements focusing on the area increase. And this will create also increase in self-sufficiency, especially in the food production, and in the same time money will stay in the region. In longer term, the situation of municipalities will improve economically and taking environment into account at the same time. Well, the challenges in the project, of course, COVID, like we all know, it's still here. The project started 2020. So in the beginning, Corona first stages came in, and of course the workshops were quite difficult to handle in that time. And also CDE actions were challenging even in the late stage of the project. Then there is this egg and chicken problem, which means that the decision makers and buyers want to already see the products and services in the tool before they do the actual tendering needs there. And vice versa, the providers of services and products, they want to see the orders already there. So both of sides are waiting to initiative. So therefore political will of change is needed to actually get this running. Also it's a complex tool including all the domains that we have, so simplification was quite challenging. And then there is this comments that public tendering tools that we already have is enough and take enough time. Then the key outcomes. So the economic impacts to the taxes and employment can be pointed out with the tool. And there's also the social well-being link by creating more jobs and services to areas. An understanding of how much money is actually leaving from the area differs a lot, so the tool is needed in large scale for sure. CO2 emissions per procurement is complex to calculate. Transportation and energy emissions can be shown by the tool, and I think that in tools should be integrated to different ones, combining traffic, procurement, and energy in the future. Also to reduce the tool count, because there is quite many of those. And as one solution, of course, this tool will not change whole climate problem, but if you think that 10% of the procurements could be planned more sustainable way, then economically that means 4.7 billion euros staying in Finland, and environment is affected positively at the same time. And what next? You saw the problems that I pointed, so in the next stage we actually want to do this platform solution with automates these processes and is this pointing holistical effects to the areas. So we will combine it to Hilma and Claudia, and also to transport companies and management systems, marketplaces and online stores, where from we will get the products and services, and also databases. And this will create this holistic understanding of tendering impacts, because we are also creating social meters to the tool in the next project. And 3 ministries have been interested of these. 2 of those are in the steering group of the next one. Thank you. If there is any questions, please point them out.
Mika, for your speech. If you want to talk with Mika, you can talk with him here, of course, and also please point questions to him there. Thank you. And next we have a speaker who comes here remotely. We have our first keynote of the morning, and we have Mauri Pekkarinen, who is coming from the European Parliament. He's a member of European Parliament, and I pretty much think that Mauri can hear us right now. Mauri, can you hear us? Technicians are working. I see. These are the moments when you are probably supposed to tell some kind of jokes or something like that to keep the audience warmed up for the next speaker. But I think Mauri, any second now, he's gonna talk to me and hear us here. Yes, always. It's actually, I think lots of the people who came here are not from Rovaniemi, and the weather is pretty. I'm sure if it should it be called, it's beautiful, or is it furious? How to say it? It's raining snow. Was it raining snow in the morning? I cannot remember. No, but in the night at least there was lots of snow, raining snow, and in Finland I really like the fact that the snow plowers, they you sleep and in the morning the roads are clean. It's so efficient. It's awesome. I found something about the weather. Yeah. Okay. Do we have connection? I get signals.
Joo, Petri tässä. Minä kuulen, mutta
Mauri ei ilmeisesti kuule.
Maurilla on mikki pois.
Aha. No niin, mä uskon, että me saadaan ihan hetken päästä.
Hetkinen.
I am pretty sure that at this point people are pretty used to in technical difficulties in lots of different situations. So I feel kind of relaxed, even though I'm standing here on the stage and waiting that something happens, and I don't have any safety net to fall on. I only have myself standing here, and Erson, of course, throwing.
Mä panin äänen äsken pois, mutta joko se...
Huomenta. Nyt taitaa Mauri kuulua.
Nyt meni kuva pois jostain syystä. Okei. Okay.
No niin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay. Mauri, we can hear you very well.
Okay.
Welcome to our event. Awesome to have you here.
Thank you so much, and I'm ready to start when you ever are ready there, over there.
Yes, we are very ready for your keynote now. So please continue.
Okay, thank you so much for invitation, and my idea is to describe with some words what is going on in the EU, and then some indications from Finland, actually how we face this all targets and solutions what we are preparing here in the EU. And then I'm very open-minded. I'm ready to answer if I ever could give a very good answer. I try to do my best. If you have after my presentation something to ask. And now I start. Dear audience, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to address you. My greetings from the European Parliament. I think you have an excellent program, and we are gathering around most important topics towards sustainable future. The fifth 55 package, published back in summer 2021, looks to reduce EU emissions by at least by 55% by 2030. You all know this very well. We are now closing the end of negotiation for many parts of the package. It will touch on every regulation that is central for climate. It will also have its effects on Finland, like already mentioned. It includes revision of emission trading system, the effort sharing regulation for sectors that are outside emission trading, and land use, land change and forests, as well as rules on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and so on. I can count many alternatives. It also includes many new elements, such as earth carbon border assessment mechanics, so-called CBAM system. You know, moreover, the ground has shifted during the negotiations, like always, of course. As a result of Russian brutal war against Ukraine, Commission proposed as a part of Repower EU to increase our goals for renewable energy to 45% by 2030. Finland's aim to be climate neutral already by 2035. While EU's goal is to set to 2050, also we are forerunners. In fact, if we succeed to reach our goals, like I believe we really are forerunners in the EU. Actually, not only in the EU, but in the whole world. Energy use in Finland, energy use is Finland's biggest challenge. Energy sector is also the biggest emitters. Here, the emission trading system has a central role. I will come back to it at the end of my speech. I would like to say a few first, a little bit more that the energy consumption in Finland is the second biggest in the EU. Only look Luxembourg. It is surprising, but it is Luxembourg. But it is true that Luxembourg per capita energy consumption per capita is number one in Luxembourg. Then comes Finland. And when it comes to electricity, we used to have a number one in the EU, but the last year, not like years, but year, happens that Sweden was a little bit ahead of Finland. but Finland comes as, in second place in the EU. Maybe it is surprising for someone of you to know that if you compare, for instance, Finland and Germany, which is a very strong industrial country, our electricity consumption is quite exactly twice that it is in Germany. Not exactly, but a little bit less than twice that what is situation in Germany. Okay, the portion of renewable energy sources of Finland's final energy use, we used to call energy use and final energy use. Maybe you know this different. If not, I'm ready to explain a little bit later. Also, final energy use is in Finland about 45%. The National Energy and Climate Strategy reaching to 2030 tells us that our aim is to increase that number so that we go above 50% during this decade. We already are over 50% in emission-free energy sources, and you know why this is different renewable energy and emission-free energy. Last one includes, like, you know, nuclear energy, and that is the reason. Out of the energy forms that are used in Finland, the most important ones are bioenergy, especially bioenergy that we get from forest industry side streams, hydropower, wind power, and thermal energy. By the way, in the EU, in the REPower EU, the idea is to increase just the solar energy and wind energy. If you imagine that, for instance, when it comes solar energy, installed solar energy in the EU is today about 150 gigawatts, and the target is to have 2030 already 600 gigawatts, from 150 to 600 gigawatts in 8 years. It's a huge target. I don't believe that the EU, that in the EU we can succeed so well that this kind of target it's possible to reach. But it is set the targets, and okay, we in Finland, I believe that we can succeed with our targets. And when it comes wind in the EU today, installed wind power capacity is about 180 gigawatts, and the target is to increase the share, the amount 2030 to 500 and actually 509 gigawatts. Also in the wind power sector, targets are used a big amount. Okay, I continue. Like I already mentioned, that out of the energy forms that are used in Finland, the most important ones are bioenergy, especially bioenergy that we get from forest industry, like I already mentioned. We also use bioenergy from waste and side streams of agriculture, municipalities and industry and so on. Especially wind power is growing quickly also in Finland. We are now at the 5 gigawatts and we are predicted to reach 12 gigawatts by 2025 and 20 gigawatts by 2030. One more time, in the EU, the target is to have 509 gigawatts 2030, and in Finland it is to have 20 gigawatts to 2030. Much more than our share of, if you compare per capita, it's possible that we have much more than in average in the EU. And if this will be true in Finland, like I believe that it could be possible in Finland, I think that it creates us some kinds of big privilege or advances when it comes to question which country is foreigner to produce hydrogen in the EU, because preparing or producing hydrogen we need very much of electricity, because electrolysis is the system which needs very much electricity. Solar power is growing quickly, especially in places where autonomous production is replacing electricity both from the network. The theme of this conference, I recognize it, is a sustainable future. With that in my mind, I would like to speak about two themes that are central for the EU and Finland too: forests and critical raw materials. Forests and critical raw materials. Putin's brutal war has weakened the whole world's political situation. Among many other issues, risks to raw material supply chains have grown. At worst, they threaten EU's two great and necessary reforms, the green and digital transitions, which require large amount of minerals and other critical raw materials. Even worse, the trade political confrontation between the great economic areas has escalated. We know that, for instance, today we have a lot of problems between the USA and Europe in this sense when it comes fair play in international trade. The US has launched so-called IRA, Inflation Reduction Act. In fact, it is the system which they utilize. Also, the USA government they give state aids, very big amount, very huge amount, state aid. The industry which is important for their purposes or their needs and so on. Okay, this all means that in international trade, circumstances are not anymore as how could I say, fair as needed. Okay. This is also a challenge to our union, its autonomy, this question about the critical raw materials. It needs to be reinforced. We need a major reform in this sector. The battery industry and transport sector in general, renewables and all that is digital, they all require critical raw materials. We need to take responsibility for our own supply. Geopolitics is one of the reasons for the needs for change. Another is ethical, I stress, ethical and environmental reasons. It can't be right that we exploit materials that are produced unsustainably and say we should not increase our own production. No. We in Finland can give our own contribution to these challenges. Bio-based raw materials and renewable, emission-free and mostly produced sustainably. They are a part of our answer to the problems facing our continent. Wood can replace non-renewable materials, among other benefits. Its use, of course, has its limits. Many countries have got their forests down in the course of their history. In others, the forest volume has been able to grow by a third in half a century, like in Finland. In this country's carbon sink has, of course, also grown, like it has happened in Finland. Forest has been a hotly debated issue here in the EU. Many consider that the economic use of forests reduces their environmental and social benefits. That concern needs to be recognized. It is our task to recognize this. We need healthy regulation that protects forests and biodiversity sufficiently, but not regulation that needlessly restricts forest possibilities to offer a helping hand for resolving global raw materials and climate problems. Now, to restrictive regulations that sustainable use of food, it is my opinion. Another argument that is often heard is that the wood is not processed enough. Too much of it goes to furnaces for too quickly. I don't share this view. Still, I do think that we need to do better in using wood in an optimal way. This means that we need to increase the value added of wood. Research, development and innovation policy is critical in this regard. You are teachers and students in university. I stress this all what is coming now also. Research, development and innovation policy is critical in this regard as we respond to the challenges of green and digital transformation. In my experience, another problem alongside resources is the insufficient collaboration between research and industry in the EU. The link between knowledge creation and commercialization has not worked as well as it should, not in my home country nor elsewhere in the EU. We need to improve the research and innovation instruments both nationally and in the EU to develop a more active dialogue between research and industry. We also need to allow more chances to take risks, share risks, allow better financing for SMEs and startups, and remove bottlenecks for scaling up. Scaling up is very challenging issue also for instance in Finland, but also in the EU in general. All in all, what we need is an innovation system that works more quickly, more fluently, and is able to allow risk-taking for innovative actors of all sides. I was responsible for Finland's innovation policy for a long time. At the moment, I am a member of the Committee for Industry, Research and Energy. In EU's budget, research and innovation is one of the biggest targets after agriculture and cohesion policy. For example, Horizon Europe channels about 95 billion euros over 7 years. Much of it goes towards climate and energy. I have been a rapporteur for Industrial Committee in the ongoing negotiations on the revision of the emission trading system. Like I already promised, I will few words also about this. The negotiations are now on their final street. By the way, new emission trading system, ETS, our target is in this sector, ETS sector. We share emission reduction activities into two sectors, emission trading scheme, ETS sector, and then the burden sharing sector, which are outside the ETS. In ETS sector, it is our target in the EU to reduce our CO2 emission by 64% to 2030 compared to situation in 1990. As a major part of the revision I speak about now, the EU is introducing carbon custom duties on its borders to prevent carbon leakage. Carbon leakage threatens to drive heavy industry out of EU and into countries where climate policies are less ambitious than here. It's a very, very delicate task for us to try to find solutions where we protect the EU, where carbon border assessment system protect the EU, and where we set new targets towards our own ETS system. Carbon leakage is a very, very dangerous issue, and we have to try to prepare our system so that it does not happen. As we developed our emission trading system and put a price on carbon, it will be important to ensure, like I already mentioned, that we do not put an undue burden on exports going to countries without such system. This is one of the crucial questions in our negotiation. I already mentioned the same issue. I recognize now, but that was my last message. With these words and this kind of views, I thank once again for the opportunity to address you on these important topics. But now, like I mentioned earlier, I wish that we can have a short negotiations. If you are willing to ask something, I try to answer. And if you have some order, if you have some very important view, I'm ready to listen to your message. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think we have do we have some questions in the audience here? I am pretty sure we do. Yes. Yeah, I'll give you the microphone.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And Antonio Calò from the University of Oulu. I wanted to ask, you mentioned hydrogen in your presentation, and I'm not sure if the challenges that you introduce when it comes to the development of renewables in Finland actually do take in consideration in their budget also the hydrogen production, because at least in Oulu the conversation is becoming and the conversation at the University of Oulu reveals that hydrogen is becoming more and more a kind of like a very powerful resource, either as energy vector or to reduce emissions in steel manufacturing. So there is a lot of competition when it comes to the utilization and production of hydrogen. And quite often it seems that when we take this one into consideration, the plans that we have when it comes to renewables is not really enough. And that is where nuclear come into the conversation, which is low emission, but of course is far more controversial, especially when we have a conversation at the European level, where the role of nuclear is very different from country to country. I don't know if you had anything to comment or add or clarify in relation to this subject.
Yes, now it is very important to look at what is our perspective when we speak about power and first of all electricity. What is the perspective? If we speak about 15 years, towards 15 years, or if we speak about, let me say 5 years forwards, and it's a little bit different story. In long term, I believe that in long term, we don't need so much more, not at all, so much more big nuclear power plants, not at all. I don't believe that 1,600 megawatts nuclear power plants like Olkiluoto 3 is, I'm very sure that we don't see any more so big plants in the world, not only in Finland, but also in the world. Maybe smaller, but we still have a lot to do in research and developing sectors before we have improved as well functioning smaller nuclear power plants which are needed. I know that in USA, for instance, there are some very advanced processes going on this sense, but it takes many years before we have, for instance, in Europe, this kind of smaller units. I know that, for instance, Helen and also Fortum and Helen, they have started to prepare their awareness or their readiness to touch this opportunity sometimes, but in the future when, I don't know exactly when. But when we now look at a little bit not so far away, let me say 5 to 10 years, I do see that that, for instance, in Finland, we really have opportunity to concentrate on hydrogen production. Why? Because our opportunities to increase wind power is these opportunities are quite good in Finland. And worst of all, in western part of Finland, it is our challenge that we don't have opportunity to build so much wind power in eastern part of Finland because we have a border Russia so close that it's you understand that this is a challenge. But in the rest of the Finland we have a very big opportunity, and just green hydrogen is our opportunity, because production of wind power is so very, very volatile, and when the production is much more than is needed, I do see that there is our opportunities to enhance our hydrogen production. So the biggest equity company in the EU, they announced a few weeks ago their brief where they explained that they are willing to invest in Finland and billions of euros. And why? Because we have opportunity to produce just green hydrogen. I'm not sure if I answered exactly what you asked, but maybe here is in any way my view, my opinion.
Thank you very much, Mauri. I believe you are in a tight schedule, but I think you have time for second question. Is it so?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have the second question? I just believe that there is going to be one. Yeah, there behind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ville Rauhala from Lapland University of Applied Sciences. In your presentation, you were highlighting very much about this importance of this energy sector and energy transition as a great part of this whole green transition. And especially in Finland, you mentioned that we are using the second largest energy user in Europe, of course, partly of our location. But especially if you are looking at Lapland, I believe it's more extreme example of Finland. We are in the north, we have long distances, we have long cold winter, we are using lots of energy, and in the other hand we have lots of industry who are needing energy. So what kind of, I would say, special challenges you see, especially for the Lapland, and also in the other hand, what kind of opportunities in this energy transition?
First of all, I know that you have just now going on some very, very big forest industry project in Kemi and all regions, and what it means, in fact, it means that those investments produce more electricity they need in their own industry processes, and this is very, very positive issue. I don't know exactly what is the situation in Kemi investments, but for instance in Äänekoski, where also just Metsä Group, like in Kemi, is the investors. For instance, in Äänekoski, they produce more than 1 terawatt hour per year to national grids electricity. It's a very big amount, because if you take into account that our total consumption is about 80, today it is 81, 82 terawatt hours, 1 terawatt hours they can send to our national grid. I don't remember correct what is Kantaverkko, but it is national grid. Maybe some of you remember the correct word in English. Okay. What is my first message? Just that having a lot of forest industry today means same time that you produce more power than you need yourself. This is very positive issue. If you compare situation, let me say 30 years ago, it was totally another story. In those years they did not succeeded so well to produce power, but nowadays it is a systematic issue. But then you also have very important power. It's hydropower, water hydropower also, and it's the most expensive, because it is just now I don't remember, once again the second time I don't remember correct word, säätöenergia. It is maybe somebody translate this word säätöenergia, because in Lapland, just in Lapland, we have very much säätöenergia. I don't dare to say in this connections that okay, maybe I say I believe that you don't support me, but in any way I say that being minister, I tried to enhance opportunity to utilize waters, and in that way we would have much more that the most expensive alternative also, that säätö energy. I don't remember. Let me say water energy, but it is now not on agenda, and I don't want to continue. Okay, this is. I think that this is the answer. Actually, the originally purpose was also to build the new nuclear power plant in the northern part of Finland, but and I was responsible for preparing this decision in principle, and we did it in the government and in the EU, in the parliament. But you all know what happens after that. Then both American Westinghouse and Toshiba, both companies, they were not ready to participate this project, and then happened something not so happy issues. I wasn't anymore the minister and so on. But these are my answers. And now I have to go forwards. I would like to thank you very much, and my second meeting is starting in let me say 4 to 5 minutes. Thank you so much, and all the best. Happy Christmas for everybody.
Thank you very much, Mauri, for your keynote and for answering all the questions. We wish you a Merry Christmas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, and then I think we're going to continue with our program here at the Polarium Auditorium. Thank you for Mauri for being here, and luckily we won all the technical difficulties, so it went very fluently in the end. Next speaker here is gonna be Petri Kuisma from Lapland University of Applied Sciences. Welcome, Petri. I think it could be like an applause for people when they come.
Okay, good morning everybody, and thank you Mauri Pekkarinen and your excellent presentation in energy technology. And I am Petri Kuisma, and I come from Lapland University of Applied Science, and my professional skill is energy technology and mass and heat transfer. And my work include, of course, teaching and also project work and project planning, and also service, for instance, infrared camera measurements and air thickness measurements and energy audits. For instance, now we are very busy because we are making big companies energy audits to Lapland University, and deadline is tomorrow. And so we have been very busy now. My presentation subject is sustainable energy in Lapland, and my agenda is I will first tell you energy in Finnish Laplands, and after that what we do in Lapland University of Applied Science. But first Lapland's energy strategy, and Lapland have long enabled it to produce energy for its own need and for the rest of Finland too. And we are very self-sufficient. For instance, we have renewable energy, about 90% of electricity production. And in this, and also industry, it is very important, and they also produce very much energy and so on. As you see this red color, as we know, this is Lapland, and Lapland province belongs to 21 municipalities, and when we work with municipality, what is important, of course, employment, and we want to reduce fossil energy and replace that in renewable energy. For instance, hydropower, as Mauri Pekkarinen said, that hydropower is very important for us. And as he said that why it is so important, it is important, as Mauri Pekkarinen said, that wind power amount rise all the time, and it is very important to Finland and also in Lapland. And why it is important, as Mauri Pekkarinen said, that it is unused power when we try to find right energy method when our consumption is very high, so we need hydropowers. And every whole municipality we have also heat power, and and also in district heating system, almost every municipalities. And as you see this map, there is a green color municipality who belongs to Hinku Networks. Hinku Network is Finnish environment. Hinku Networks leaders is Finnish Environment Institute, and what we and municipality do in Hinku Network, they want to reduce CO2 emission, and low carbon is very important, and energy efficiency, and of course employment. Now this Hinku Networks belongs some municipality from Lapland, for instance Enontekiö municipality, and wait a minute here, no it's not, rate. Okay, there is the Northwest Enontekiö and also let's switch. We have the technical here you may, yes, okay. Okay, Enontekiö municipality in Northwest and also Pelkosenniemi municipality, Kemijärvi and Posio and Ranua, and here also there is a Kemimaa and Kemi and Simo also belong to Hinku network. The other almost same kind network is energy evidence agreements, and municipality make these kind of agreements, and in this energy evidence agreements leadership is Motiva, and Motiva is sustainable development company in Finland, and Motiva is same kind of focus and Hinku network, energy evidence, low carbon, CO2 emission and so on. This is very briefly energy, power and heat production here in Lapland. We have black liquor from forest industry. Peat, as we know, maybe 1 year ago, we reduced also that peat, but now we are okay to use peat to make energy. For instance, combined heat power station and so on. Wood fuels is very important, wood chips and wood pellets and so on. And also oil, well, even we say that we want to reduce oil, but for instance, Napapiri Energy and Water Company here in Rovaniemi, they planning all the time new kind of oil boilers and so on. But electricity, it is very important. As Mauri Pekkarinen say, we are very special aspect here in Lapland because we have very much hydropower energy station here in Kemijoki and Kitinen River. Almost 6,000 gigawatt hour energy. And wind power, it rises all the time. And now we also construct new kinds of wind mill here in the North Finland. And solar panels, we will see in later in my presentation that we have one project, Solartic, and you will heard that what we do in these projects. In energy, we product energy in 2021, 800 gigawatt hour. It is almost 10% energy production in Finland. And as you see, it's red color, it's a hydropower. We have very much hydropower. It is very important. But wind power mouth rise all the time. And also we have combined heat and power energy in industry and district heating system. For instance, as we have Suosiala combined heat power station. And power, and where is the biggest power source? As you see, it is blue color. It is hydropower. It is. We have very much hydropower, and hydropower's megawatt month is very big, and also wind power rise all the time. Electricity necessity for welfare. As we know, Finland is very large, and also in Lapland, so electricity consumption per capita is high. And for instance, here in Lapland and East Finland, we have a little problem because we have long distance, so so transmission loss is very high. What is solution? Maybe some kind of hydrogel, as Mauri Pekkarinen say, or combined heat and power, and maybe renewable energy. Of course, wind power, but also solar and maybe wood chip and pellets, wood pellets. In this map, you can see in what is our problem. I think so that our problem is the West Lapland. For instance, Northwest, for instance, Enontekiön municipality, they have not own production, and where we have production, as we last slide saw, so that we have hydropower. So we have in Sodankylä area, where is a Kitinen, there is a hydropower station, and in Kemijoki also. And as you see this red color circa, there is a electricity switching station, and nearest power energy places in Sodankylä area in Vajukoski. Vajukoski is about 30 kilometers north from Sodankylä, and distance to Sirkka it's about little over 100 kilometers. And second energy sources in quite near Rovaniemi, Valajaskoski. There is a Valajaskoski hydropower station, and distance to Sirkka it's almost 180 kilometers. So transmission loss is very big, and we all the time thinking that what we can do, it is some kind of micro CHP, of course, wind power, and also now we also think that maybe solar system. But I think so in the future, as Mauri Pekkarinen said, this hydrogel will be very important. And I will discuss later why it is one challenge to us to make hydrogel. This is last day. Lapland is also very important because we have power transfer north. In Utsjoki, there is in Norway, it is Varangerpotter, there is electricity switching station, and Finland buy electricity from Norway in this way. And also we buy from Sweden's, there is two lines to Kalix electricity switching station and Letsi switching station. And also in this way we buy electricity from Norway and Sweden. And reason is so that in North Norway and Sweden there are very much hydropower energy. And this is briefly what we do in Lapland University cities. In this left hand there is an ongoing project what we have now about 5 or 6 now, and later I will tell to you Solar Arctic. But as I say, we all the time planning new kind of projects. For instance, we have 2 projects in Indirect Aurora. What we are planning and what we planning energy production first is energy harvest, and leadership is University of Applied Science Lapland, and partners come from University of Vaasa and Arctic University from Norway and Luleå University from Sweden, and of course companies. And the other energy project is main focus is grid of system, and we also testing batteries and supercapacitors and so on. Leadership is Middle Sweden University from Sundsvall, and partners, of course, Lapland University of Applied Science and University Oulu and Arctic University of Norway, and also companies. And we are now waiting also answers what happened in two projects, for instance, Life Energy. In this project we have 21 municipality from Lapland, and we make together with regional Lapland Regional Council here in Lapland, and we have this 21 municipality, and also partners we have Spain and Austria. They have also municipality, and main focus is energy efficiency, low carbon, CO2 emission, and reduce fossil energy and rise renewable energy amounts. And also Geoenergy to Lapland, we have very big company, Metsä Fibre, new forest, bioforest company to Kemi, and also Outokumpu, Elijärvi mining in this, and also 5 energy company from Lapland. Main focus is that how we can save heat lost energy to the ground, and this is very interesting project, and we waiting all the time reserve to Lapin Liitto, Lapland Regional Council. Solartic, why we have this kind, this is one of our project. Solartic project is the growing interest for solar power in Finnish operators, and why in this next slide you will see where is our pilots. So as I say, Lapland's province is very large and so on. We have long distance, and amount tourist rise, tourist number rise all the time and so on. And we also planning how we can save energy and how we can reserve and so on. What is the best solution to the solar energy in Lapland? In this map you see our pilots, and biggest pilot is Pellonpuu. It is about 350 kilowatts solar panel system, and half of these solar panels are 90 degrees angle, and the half of 45 degrees angle, and we want to know that which one is better here in north part of Finland. And how this pilots energy pilots power is about 1 megawatts. It is very small, but number rise all the time. Very quickly, as we know, solar energy, it will come. And now when we have this kind of pilots, we in data, what we have, the data is saved in database on Lapland University Applied Science Service. So it is very easy to make some kind of analysis and so on, and project students like this kind data because they can use Excel and so on. They can think own ideas that what is the best solution and so on. In this slide, you see that how fast rise solar energy here in Lapland. 2060, it is about about half megawatts, and now it is almost 7 megawatt, 2022. It rises very fast. Some results in Solartic projects. Why we want to know what is better, 19 or 45 degrees. And many research company and university in middle of Europe and south part of Finland, they are very interested in these 19 degrees angle solar panels. As we know, for instance, this morning it is snow raining. If we have roof 45 degrees solar panels, so it's not product nothing because there is the snow. But 90 degrees panels, so they produce little, for instance now. And why we know that I say that we have pilots company from Pello, Western Lapland, there is half of panels 90 degrees angle. And also in the right hand you see this balcony. This is quite near our campus Rantavetikka. There is a Viirinkangas, it is about 2 kilometers from our campus. There is a Viirinkangas supermarket. It is quite near this supermarket. Is one block house where is a balcony railing made of solar panels. So we know and all the time measurement how it operates, and it operates. It is because there is no snow. But there is a result. There is a 30% more. Why solar panels produce 30% more? And this time, years and also in, for instance, the best time is spring. There is a snow on ground, so reflection and radiation effect, it's very effective. And when it is few degrees below zero, so solar panel products much more, it is 30% more than normally. And this is very interesting. And we have discussed with local solar energy company here in Lapland, as all pilots, we have measurements, and we have asked that it is possible. It is possible. So it's when Mauri Pekkarinen said that hydrogen will be very important in Finland. So now we, some slide ago, you see this hydrogen projects what we planning. This is one reason. We have research companies and we planning so that maybe we can construct some kind solar energy park here to Lapland, and we produce energy in springtime. As you know, in springtime it is much 30% more, and summertime when sunshine is all around day. So we can produce energy in springtime and summertime, and we reserve that, and we can use this energy in, for instance, this time and maybe January and February. What are our goals? Research and development and innovation. This is very important. As I say that I make all the time quite a lot of work with new projects and so on, and also in service to company it is very important. So we can get new ideas and so on, and we make cooperation with company. But to increase cooperation with educational institute, research institutes and companies in different countries, this is very important. And maybe now in last year, this last one, cooperation with different countries. It rise all the time, and it is very important to us. Lapland University of Applied Science and all energy here in Lapland. So we can benchmarking and make good solution here in Lapland. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Petri, for your presentation. Next, we will continue to our next speaker coming to the stage. We have a green transition and sustainable challenges, and Antonio Calio. Tervetuloa. Welcome. Yes, applause. It's nice. We use this. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is Antonio Calò from University of Oulu. I work as a postdoctoral researcher in the Water, Energy and Environmental, and Environmental Engineering Research Unit at the Faculty of Technology. My background is in physics. I spent the University of Oulu half of my career as a physicist, and then in the second half I moved in environmental engineering, where I specialize in energy. And nowadays I work mainly in two fields. I work in smart and distributed energy systems on one hand, and I'm in charge also for anything related to nuclear energy and NSMRs, small modular reactors, the kind of reactors that Mari was talking about earlier. So I'm in charge also in the for what concern education related to these topics. So this is my background, and essentially what I'm going to talk today, it's pretty much something that I would assume it's somehow complementary to what we heard before. So in the beginning I tried to give some coordinate when it comes to the framework, where some of the results, some of the initiatives that we are getting, and some of the challenges that we are getting in Finland are what's the framework, mainly at the European and global level. And then at the end I'm going to introduce some results, some good results and some challenges that we still have in Finland. So, but to have an idea of what's the context within which these challenges can be represented is always useful, because we quite often tend to think about these challenges, these problems, and this solution that we try to implement as a kind of like a standalone issues, but quite often they are either the result or they have ripple effects to the very least at the European level, but quite often at the global level. So when it comes to then the international framework, we usually talk about green transition. And when we are talking about green transition, we refer to this structural change strategy when it comes to our unsustainable practices. In Finland especially, we are talking mainly, not exclusively, but mainly about two fields. We are talking about overconsumption or non-sustainable consumptions. These two things are not necessarily the same, but are very much related. And second, we are talking about emissions related to our consumption. So the challenges and the solution that we try to implement usually are focusing, or at least orbiting around these two main aspects. And this one is seen at the European level. When we are talking about green transition at the European level, these kind of challenges are seen as an existential threat, and it's going to be, it is treated as the main challenge for our generations, for this generation. So one thing that we are doing at the European level then to tackle and to actually have a coherent and systematic approach when it comes to green transition is the development of what we are calling a Green Deal. This is the European framework within within which these kind of strategies and challenges are discussed, developed, and organized and faced. Very interesting when it was presented, the Green Deal was presented, the President of the European Commission utilized a very interesting expression. She mentioned the Green Deal as the man on the moon moment when it comes for Europe. And when I heard that, I thought probably this is where the background as a physicist kicked in. I thought that this one was broadly underestimated expression. It's a very interesting expression because if we draw a parallel between what was the challenge to send the man on the moon and what are the challenges that we are facing and through the Green Deal, and when we draw a parallel intellectually or emotionally between the development of a system that is necessary to send the man on the moon and the system that is necessary to solve these kind of problems, then we actually start to have perhaps an appreciation of the complexity and the scale and the ambition of the project. Because on one hand, this kind of approach is very good in the sense that we have a clear target, and that translates in a set of goals that are fundamentally important and are functional for reaching the target. This is one thing. Second, it implies a comprehensive and articulated approach to solve the problem at the system level. So if you think about, again, the challenge of sending the man on the moon is not just a piece of technology that needs to work, but usually if we are talking about a piece of technology that needs to work, there is an entire industry behind. There is a set of technology that all at the same time had to work together, had to be combined, and then only if all of them together succeed, then we have the final goal, that we can actually reach the final goal. So that implies, therefore, an approach where our solution doesn't look only at the end target, doesn't look only at the end results, but looks also at the process itself. What does it take to actually develop the technical solution, the technology required? That, for example, for us translates, before we mention also, someone mentioned these aspects. For example, this translates for us when it comes to the Green Deal development of an industry, developing experts for that industry. That translates in education, translates in developing the workforce, the specialized workforce, know-how necessary for then develop the intellectual and economic resources that then translates in solutions that can actually allow them to reach the goal. So it's a far broader, more comprehensive, and far-reaching approach when it comes to these kind of challenges. So that one I thought it was very, very interesting. So when it comes to the Green Deal, I do not go in the bureaucratic details, but essentially there are three main approaches, three main packages that we have in Europe when it comes to development of the Green Deal. On one hand, we are talking about financial measures, of course. It's going to require massive amount of investments. So there are a number of resources, public and private, that are going to be deployed over a decade. But just to give an idea of the scale and the ambition of the project, we're talking about €1 trillion to be deployed within the next decade. So it's really, really ambitious. Now, very interesting, and that is something that separates this new approach for what was done before. It's also the fact that we have approximately, in the next few years, something like €100 billion to be deployed for what is described as just transition. So this is kind of interesting because, again, if we mention, we go back for a second to what we were talking about, man on the moon moment, we are not talking about several elements, several components, institutions, players, each one of which try to reach the target. But we are talking about a group of players, all as a team trying to reach at the same time the final target. So the assumption in the Green Deal approach is that my success depends also from my neighbor capacity to reach its goal. So once we start to have this kind of approach, obviously the next step at the European level was the recognition that, okay, these are the resources that we have to share, all of us, to reach a certain goal. But one thing that we have to consider that within different countries, for a number of reasons, economic, socioeconomic, environmental, local availability of resources, cultural, you might actually recognize that the same goal is more challenging, more difficult to reach in specific regions, simply because we have a different starting point. And even if the goal is the same or the starting point is the same, because the resources available locally, the transition itself might actually be far more challenging for certain communities than others. It can be a demographic challenge, economic challenge, you name it. So it's very interesting the fact that nowadays then when it comes to the Green Deal, we have a separated set of resources that are completely dedicated to actually level the field, allowing everyone to actually try to reach the goal at the same time. So this one I found it very, very interesting, and it's extremely useful because it's actually representing the fact that probably even more than before, we are start to have a community approach to problem solving, a European approach to problem solving. We are going to have, of course, a number of regulatory measures, and this is also very interesting because probably for the first time, I would say, goals are legally binding. We are going to have these goals that are actually inscribed into law. So countries are actually legally required to reach certain goals. Something that was not obvious in previous initiatives. Before was actually each country was setting certain goals, but there were no legal mechanisms within the European community to actually force countries or push further some countries to actually reach certain goals. And then, of course, this one is not only the stick, but is also the carrot. So when it comes to developing the regulatory framework, on one hand, we have the practical utilization of what was so much discussed in the last few years. Probably all heard on the news when it came to the European taxonomy. There was quite interesting debate of what kind of resources could actually be considered in reaching certain sustainable development goals. For example, usually the news were actually busy talking about nuclear. Should nuclear be considered or not within the sustainable development goals? But for example, one thing that also interested Finland was bioenergy. And of course, and here you can actually see the difference between different countries, because if I come from a Southern European country, and when we are talking about bioenergy within Southern European country, the approach, the political approach, even the possibility for politicians to actually have a public debate about bioenergy, for example, is not the same as in Finland, that is 80% covered with forest. So that was a very interesting debate as well. So we have the EU taxonomy coming into the play. We have, of course, the possibility to have common standards when it comes to utilization of financial resources, so the possibility to have a common approach when it comes to the EU Green Bond standards. And then, of course, we are talking about common guidance and common approach to support public institutions to develop sustainable development strategies. So, for example, here is where, for example, for many of us comes a very interesting topic, because this is where the green public procurement for public institution comes into play. So that is essentially the framework. But then, of course, we have support, so guidance and advisory activities for all public institutions. So in order to streamline at the European level all the possible sustainable projects. So the main objectives, of course, we are talking about first and foremost the reduction of emissions. We are aiming at being climate neutral by 2050. Of course, we are talking about enhancing, protecting, conserve and enhance the EU natural capital. But interesting, there is also a very strong interest in supporting anything related to social sustainability. So we are talking about the well-being of the citizens and the idea to transform the economy in a just way. So again, there is a strong interest in not just actually knowing where we are and where we want to be, but also like, okay, keep in mind that the transition itself, the path itself has to be socially sustainable. And there is a strong interest in having a common approach in a sense that nobody has to be left behind. No one and no place has to be left behind. So again, this just transition mechanism where we have a separated set of funding to support places and communities that have extra hard time to actually adjust to this transition, this is where it comes into play. So we are essentially, the idea is that we are working together, and those that are actually are required because of their background, they have a heavy burden to carry. Some of that burden is actually lifted. So that essentially is the general framework. And as you can imagine, this one is extremely comprehensive. It touches pretty much all aspects of our socioeconomic and quite often even cultural activities. But they're both relying on the two blocks that are in the bottom. So we have now a common financial mechanism to support this transition, and at the same time we have this just transition. So we have for once a community approach. And then if we want to translate this graph in more selected actions, so as you can see, this one is touching a very broad range of subjects from more direct climate and mobility approach, but to energy industry, zero pollution initiatives, even down to agriculture, sustainability, and then the development of the European Climate Pact. So this is an extremely comprehensive, a broad approach. I'm not really sure what's the time. Yes, plenty of time. So when it comes to the European climate law, so I mentioned before, for once, the development is meant to be inscribed into law, so we are going to have legal commitments. It came into force in July 2021 and includes also, of course, intermediate goals. Interesting enough, there is an automatic mechanism where, especially when it comes to intermediate goals, there is a review mechanism. So every few years, we are essentially expected to check where we are, how we are doing compared to what was our plan. And as we move along, we actually have the possibility to reevaluate our strategy and update our goals if we realize on the way that is not enough or there are different kind of challenges. So that's, for example, nowadays we know that by 2030 we are going to talk about 50 to 55% reductions. The initial plan was 40% reduction, and then after the first review we noticed like actually is not enough, we need to be faster. So that's is one example of an update that was made on the way. Now the idea that we have legal requirements is not just a burden, actually. It's seen in many places also as a resource, because first of all, allows to have a clear view of what is the long-term strategy, and also allows for to have shall we say, the possibility of no going back. So once we have it into law, if you have a legal commitment, we know that whatever administration might change, whatever government change, you actually can rely on this long-term policy approach. You have certain goal, and whatever it is, that is direction where you're going. This kind of stability and predictability is also extremely precious when it comes to private investors and market players, because quite often market and private players, one thing that require in order to actually make investments, which is a risk, is to actually have some form of predictability. We know where we want to go. We know in which direction we are going. Therefore, it's actually easier, relatively speaking, and safer to actually make certain kind of investment and participate in a certain kind of development. So that is essentially the legal framework. Now, it's to be remembered that this European approach, though, is not alone. So is not in itself a standalone element. It's developed within a broader global approach, which is usually described through the Sustainable Development Goals. They were framed in 2015. They are the development, the second generation of goals of what used to be the Millennium Development Goals. There are 17 goals in total, covering a very broad range of topics, from environmental sustainability to social sustainability to well-being, even international politics. So this is the framework within which Europe tried to do its part. So the idea is that in Europe, because of the European community, we have a common approach, but those goals are locked within the larger, broader, global sustainable development goals. So these are the goals. I put some references for what for those of you that are actually interested in reading more about it. So essentially, our Green Deal, how does one compare to the Sustainable Development Goals, where many of them are actually framed within the European policy. So different policy priorities are actually primarily taking consideration a set of goals. So for example, the European Green Deal deals primarily, not exclusively, but primarily with anything related to environmental sustainability, including those elements like social sustainability elements that are far more closely related to environmental sustainability. Like, for example, education and poverty, nutrition, and so forth. But for example, when it comes to European economic targets, they are also framed and taking into consideration all the Sustainable Development Goals that directly or indirectly are closely related to economics. The same goes for Europe in the digital age. This one came, as you can imagine, this one became a far more important aspects in the last couple of years. Digitalization turned out to be extremely important, was important before. So pandemic years didn't really invent anything. We didn't discover anything, but essentially put a debate that we already had on steroid. And this one came very precious. It became very important for Finland, because in Finland, for example, if you think about it, we are very well equipped to deal with this kind of economic development for a number of reasons. We have the needs for it. Before it was mentioned, for example, the fact that we have long distances, very sparsely populated areas. So the possibility to provide services in remote area through digital technology, it's potentially of great value in Finland. And second, because of our educational background and because of educational industry, and we have also digital industry that is very strong and well developed in Finland, we are also very well equipped to actually develop these services and provide and export these services to the rest of the planet. So this is the kind of background that we have when we are dealing with this kind of challenges and solutions. So one thing and one last thing that should be mentioned, that there is always I also did this mistake several times. Today we are talking about sustainable development and we are talking about sustainability. These two things tend to have, when we are framing law, policies and challenges, these two expressions are quite often used almost as if they were the same. They are not necessarily the same. So when we are talking about sustainable development, we should be probably all familiar with that. It's an expression that talks about the possibility to meet our needs without compromising future generation capacity to meet their need. And but this one, for example, is an approach that in itself doesn't include limits. We are talking about sustainable development, assuming that we can actually strike a balance between what are our needs, what are our economic requirements, what is our economy, and what is the limits of the environment and the planet, if we think at the global level. So this balance is something that is relatively new. This is where we are talking about sustainability. Sustainable development itself assumes that we do have the capacity, implicitly assume that we have the capacity to actually manage this kind of limits. Indeed, there were no limits set. So sustainability itself, so all the policies that claim to have a sustainability as a target, that is assumed to have some sort of like a balance between what is the limits and what is that we actually need to do. Of course, as you can imagine, often policy debates include a lot of people and a lot of parties that they are not extremely confident about this kind of balance. It's not even sure if this kind of balance is even reachable. And that it's quite often the seed where many sources of challenges, many debates start. It's like, is it even possible to do that? So that is essentially the background. So just to give you now some results, because to give you some results, just to give you where we are in Finland. So when it comes to the Global Sustainable Development Reports, the latest edition is from 2019. The 2013-23 version is, of course, underway. So we have some key negative long-term trends required, especially related to nutrition, obesity, inequality of income, footprint, material emissions, and anything related to life above ground and below water, so things like fishing, for example. We do have a number of points. I put here the references. There were some recommendations of what we should do, how we should tackle these challenges. Now, many of these topics are still valid, but of course, when this report came out using data up to 2018, then COVID came along, and then it didn't create new challenges. The problem with COVID is that many results, many positive trends that we had, things like poverty, economic development, education, well-being, we started to have a lot of progress made across the board, but in many fields we actually went back. Things when like education, economics, You can imagine anything related to economic development in low-income countries that rely on the production for Western countries. In the moment that we put the economy on hold because of COVID, that became a challenge. Anything related to healthcare, of course, became a challenge as well. And then, of course, all those communities that to be weaker, economically weaker and weaker in terms of resources, then of course they were those that were more seriously hit. It's not really clear yet. This is a preliminary evaluation. It's not really clear how much actually COVID, the scale and how far-reaching the COVID consequences are, because all the data in 2022 are actually based on data, are actually about data from 2021. So the role of COVID, it's not yet fully understood. And of course, it doesn't necessarily include also the consequences of the war in Ukraine, which in itself is also an extra source of challenges. One, for example, for Europe is energy and energy costs that actually put again on steroid anything related to energy poverty. But at the same time, for example, globally we have issues of nutrition. The war in Ukraine, because of the grain challenges, increase the cost of food worldwide. So that is one of the challenges that we have. Here you can see actually when it comes to progress, when it comes to Sustainable Development Goals index score, essentially any progress that we were having was put on hold in the last couple of years. And again, this one does not include yet the last year of COVID and the war in Ukraine. So that one is still to come. But as I mentioned before, now there are a new set of priorities that are an evolution of what we saw before, especially interesting to see like health system and infrastructure that we noticed that is not flexible and is not resilient. And we are talking about now universal digital services when it comes to both delivering healthcare and delivering education. And in our case, we are talking about delivering, of course, remote services, digital-based procurement services. This one is just to give you an idea of the kind of progress that we had. So the 5 years before COVID was a lot of progress made. The last 5 years, the last 3 years before, during COVID, there was actually going back in many cases. So globally, things got worse, but not because we are bad. We had these extra challenges, two crises that came one after the other, and that in itself was a big problem. In Europe, we are doing reasonably well when it comes to the Sustainable Development Goal Index. It was mentioned before, what we are actually having as a problem is the fact that we are actually have this international spillover index data that is bad. Essentially, we are actually contributing to the environmental impact around the world for goods and services that are actually delivered in Europe. When we have a production outside Europe and then we actually bring products here, there is an intrinsic amount of emission and environmental impact that it's in products and the services that we import in Europe. This is where Europe should actually put extra effort in actually improving its situation. Good news is that Finland is actually doing well. It was mentioned before that actually Finland is leading the world, and that is actually true. When we are putting together where we are and where we want to be at the same time, we are actually definitely leading at the global level. So all the Nordic countries are actually leading. So in that sense, we should actually be happy that at least there are a lot of challenges. There is still a lot to do, but at least the direction it's good. So seems that we know what we are doing. The challenges that we have in Finland primarily, these are the Sustainable Development Goals for Finland in particular. When it comes to Finland, we have still a lot of work to do when it comes to our spillover index. So a lot of services and goods that come to Finland, because we have, for example, if you think about just food, significant amount of our food comes from abroad, so that implies that there is a lot of emissions and socioeconomic and environmental impact associated to our import. So that is essentially one of the challenges that we have. And when we are talking about, if you think about the concept of spillover, considering that in the background in this seminar we have the idea to develop resources to actually optimize local production, local suppliers, and use local resources for locals. There you can actually see in the global and European framework the value of this kind of initiatives. So I'm not saying that it's a silver bullet that is going to solve everything, but it's absolutely a step in the right direction. And I conclude with this one where, when it comes to Finland, there are four main challenges if we want to frame the challenges using the Sustainable Development Goals. There are the Sustainable Development Goals number 2, 12, 13, and 17 that are those four where we are, where we have extra challenges. Sustainable Development 2 is called Zero Hunger. It's not because we are hungry, that is not necessarily the issues, but it's more related to the kind of diet and the food that we actually consume in Finland. So there is a problem of obesity that, of course, spills in the issues of healthcare and well-being. And we are not doing particularly well when it comes to human trophic level and sustainable nitrogen management index, which means we are consuming a lot of high-calorie food on one hand, and we have a lot of space for improvement when it comes to land use, when it comes to cultivation and so forth. So that is essentially the challenge. When it comes to responsible consumption and production, again, we are talking about a lot of emissions associated to our imports, and again, talking about local production and using locally our resources, including, for example, energy and raw material, is definitely a step in the right direction. Climate action is an issue because of the emissions, again, associated to our import, but also it was mentioned before within the European law context, we are not yet particularly good in including carbon emission pricing in our energy production, which comes as a challenge considering, for example, if you think about it in terms of energy poverty, considering what happens to energy costs in the last few years, it's complicated to add extra taxes and extra fees. So it's an extra challenge in itself. And then we are not particularly good in, we still have work to do when it comes to economic and financial assistance to low-income countries when it comes to support financially other countries outside Europe to actually invest in more sustainable solutions. And I stop here. If you have questions, doubts, comments.
Thank you very much, Antonio. I think you are part of the panel discussion later. Maybe we.
I am? Okay.
Yeah, I thought that. At least I heard so.
No, of course I am. Yes, yeah, of course I am. Yes.
Would you like to be part of the panel?
Of course I will.
Yeah, so we can maybe
Question
discuss
for
more
later.
about
Yes.
there. Thank you very much. And next we have our next speaker coming to the stage, and after that we will have the panel discussion. And after that, there's going to be the lunch. So welcome Maria Röykkä from Ministry of Finance Finland to the stage. Welcome. Applauses, yeah. Vaihdetaan sille tavalla, että tuohon voi puhua. Sitten siitä kun laitetaan.
Tästä, yes. Dear audience, and Thank you very much that interesting presentations before. I will tell about greetings from the Ministry of Finance. And here, the presentation. In my presentation, I focus on strategic importance of public procurement and how we develop public procurement in Procure Finland. First of all, in Finland, we spend on public procurement about 45 billion euros annually. Mika Uitto have better details before his presentation. But how we use that tax euros? Around 30 billion euros are procurement from the market. We have almost 2,000 contracting entities in Finland, over 12,000 contract notices, and almost 10% of procurement are innovative. That is good issue. And public procurement are important for contracting entities because around half of procurement, half of organization budget are public procurement, and this is also so big opportunity to Finland and also to companies. Public procurement is effective many things locally and globally. Every time when we are doing purchasing is ability to transform our reality. For example, it influences human rights, climate emissions. The presentation before bring up this issue very well, and the innovations, and also the vitality of markets and regions, also black economy, and of course well-being and employment of citizens. Every item what we purchase have a backstory. What value you want to promote? It's good questions. So the public procurement have human, social, and environmental footprint. Public procurement can change our society and environment. Also, OECD says there has been promote ecological sustainability through public procurement over a decade, but recent years it has been more extensive and systematical. And some words: the National Public Procurement Strategy and the Implementation Program. Here is some basic information of Procure Finland. We prepared Finland's first national public procurement strategy in 2020 together with contracting entities, companies, and experts. And national strategy consists of 8 interlinked development areas, which are sailing in the pictures. You can look that. When we all when we all set common goals, we can get impactful in public procurement. And here we have 8 common goals. Strategic leadership and procurement competence are key part of strategy. Knowledge management and impact assessment will support strategic management. We want, and here is that strategic leadership goal is that we will lead procurement as a strategic function and make the most of the potential achieve our objectives. And this is not so easy task. And competence, and we need education organizations and universities. We will ensure professional competence and continuously develop our skills. We want impactful products and services, of course high quality, but also involve all stakeholders in the process and promote a viable market. That is the well-functioning procurement. And innovation, we need enabling mindset to emergence innovations. And public procurement is also a tool to promote economic, social and ecological sustainability. Thank you. And objectives translate common goals into concrete actions. And I bring up that in left side that contracting entities will identify the strategically most significant procurement areas to promote their strategic objectives. And knowledge management and impact, we will promote impact-based procurement. And we have that tools for that, what Mika Uitto present. For example, and ecological sustainability, we will support the attainment of Finland's carbon neutrality target and circular economy goals through public procurement. And there is also that other objectives. In Procure Finland is achieve impact through cooperation. Many stakeholders do wonderful work to promote common national strategy, and we want to make them visible, share information and good practices in our networks. And some concrete level, we have thematic groups which are formed by common goals in national strategy, and their purpose is to plan and execute the concrete measures. And in Procure Finland program, we have implemented around 30 measures, which include 9 guides, 7 studies and 6 tools. And we aim for systematic change. So we have indicators which show if the activities are headed in the right direction. Indicators shows, for example, that 42% of contracting entities have procurement strategy. This is so good, but we have to increase that level. And also, for example, that 50% of contracting entities have made low carbon procurement. And more that indicators, we have that indicators that make visible the long-term systemic change. Data to be collected from many different sources, and aim is to use existing data sources, but also develop it to meet the information needs. The selected indicators aim to show that if we have to do that some corrective actions, and indicators help to direct required activities and resources, also in national level, but also in organizational level. And we publish our first results that in indicators next January. Brief overview of procurement measures. As I said, many tools, guides, and studies have done, and here is some examples of that. Guide on preparedness in public procurement. We have also new functionalities of the National Public Procurement Platform, HILMA. For example, in HILMA platform, you can monitor statistics also in organizational level, so you can get some information from for your organization also. And more examples, we have incentive to publish purchase invoice data that has so many impacts if every organization publish that data. And also self-assessment tool for procurement professionals, and it's that self-assessment tool, but we get some good knowledge and data for that international level also, and that guide on dividing procurement, and also guide on involving end users in public procurement. That is also good. And that code of conduct for conducting entities, and that handbook on low carbon procurement also. And last Monday we published over 30 measures what we will done next year, so you can explore it in Procure Finland website if you want more information of that. And good questions. Why have to manage procurement as a strategic function? This is a few point of view of that. In order to use tax euros according to organizations' legislative task or political will. This is so important. Also ensure the effectiveness and value for money. And third one, doing procurement taking into account organizations' goals and mission. And the last point of view is also so topical nowadays. Risk management and preparedness are important part of procurement. And the last slide I want to bring up. Last week, Ministry of Finance published its official speech, and there has been said that investing in the development of public procurement strengthens the sustainability of public finances and ensures high quality services for citizens. So we have many cost savings places here, but public procurement it's very big impact to do everything. And we have elections next spring, and the new government outlines goals which also affect the development of public procurement. So we have interesting moments nowadays and also coming. But thank you, and if you have questions, you can tell. But thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are a little bit ahead of the schedule. If we have the questions right now, if somebody has something that popped immediately in mind, I think we could have, for example, one question. But also, we can continue to the panel discussion, is it so? Okay, we have a question, but I am right here and I don't have the microphone for you. Yeah, Erson, yes, please. You bring the other microphone, yes.
Thanks. This was interesting to hear the kind of the official view also to this. But I actually have a question to Antonio, because we kind of have skipped the other questions. So you were talking about the impact of COVID on the kind of the SDGs and how that was. But is there any kind of how do you say now with this energy situation that we are in Europe? So is there any kind of estimate how this will affect the different SDGs similarly as you showed, and how would you see that, for example, if you think about the kind of the goals that we have in globally in this how is it called in English? Ilmastopäästöt. The emissions, yes, great. So the emissions, so what impact this has, kind of the situation in Europe, also in Europe as well as globally in this respect?
Okay, yeah. There are, again, some of the COVID effects are still, when it comes to data, are still incomplete. Because we are looking now in 2022 to data coming from 2021. So to some extent, we don't have a complete set of data yet. This is one challenge, but we are in standby, shall we say, roughly speaking, 3 areas. One is to figure out what is the effect of COVID in education, in public education, because that one has a kind of like ubiquitous influence on a very broad set of sectors of society and economics. So those data, when it comes to challenges in education, which had, by the way, a very different effects in Europe, because there are countries that are far more comfortable with digital solutions, like Finland, that managed to weather the storm a little bit better than other countries where digital solutions are not so common and people are not so familiar with that. So we are still in standby to figure out what is the effect in education. Another challenge is healthcare, because in many cases COVID saturated the logistics when it comes to healthcare. So we know that that one is going to have a repercussion in the next few years of a kind of like backlog, a kind of work that hasn't been done when it comes to healthcare. And it's not really clear yet what kind of repercussions that one has on the long term. And then, of course, healthcare and well-being has, again, repercussion on a very large number of SDGs. And the third one that is kind of interesting when it comes to more immediate research is that it's not really clear how more or less environmentally friendly is going to be the digitalization of services. We see this one, for example, when it comes to education. It's not obvious that people working at the university or studying at the university, if they are actually working remotely or studying remotely, when it comes to the emissions associated to the digital infrastructure required to actually provide this kind of services. In terms of emissions, environmental impact is not obvious that that one is smaller than actually being in person at the workplace. There are a number of variables to be included, and we don't have enough data yet. So that part is also under scrutiny. So I can think about this, the SDGs that are touched by these three sectors, which are in many ways kind of, again, ubiquitous. They touch a very broad range of SDGs. So did I answer?
Yes, yes, for the COVID. And if you think about now the situation this winter that we have also now in the energy sector. So and what are the kind of the rippling effects on the SDGs and the goals that we have if we think about that we have the lack of energy, and on the other hand the price of the energy, and what kind of energy sources we are using currently, for example in Middle Europe, compared to what we had last winter, for example. So so I'm kind of thinking long term. So we had first the COVID, then we had the energy that is current today, and it has effects what energy sources we are now using. So do you see that this is going to have similar kind of that? Are you going to look at similar kind of effects on the SDGs and the goals?
Yeah, those also have the situation that is going on this year. We do expect to have major effects on the SDGs. Data are still incomplete because, again, a lot of stuff happened the last few months, so we still do not have the data. But a number of challenges are, for example, in terms of emission. Many countries went back because of lack of resources. But rather than lack of resources, quite often was to weather energy prices. That was the challenge. Many countries actually put on hold the issues of emissions. Then that one again also has a repercussion on a broad range of SDGs, for example, poverty. Because in Europe, I think we can easily estimate that 1/5 of the population at least is very vulnerable when it comes to energy poverty. So what happens is not obvious to master, and that one again has a repercussion, ripple effects on a number of sectors. When it comes to long-term consequences, is really not clear. And again, I make an example when it comes to nuclear. That is a field where I'm dealing with. because we have very contradictory results and immediate consequences even within Europe. Because what's happening, for example, it's on one hand, it seems that is actually pushing Germany even further away and faster away from nuclear. While in Finland, I was reading the data, I think in the last couple of days, just this year, the interest and the positive attitude toward nuclear increased by 25%. So it's interesting to see interesting opposite effects. So that one interesting element is also, and this one is to be seen how it will develop. It seems that is now part of the public debate, the fact that we cannot necessarily have national policies when it comes to energy. And we noticed this one, for example, just going to visit schools. A lot of kids, a lot of high school students, they were actually asking me, like, I don't know, I don't use gas at home. I don't know anyone that uses gas at home. So is it possible that because in Germany their gas is expensive, electricity is expensive in Finland? And when they actually see how the price of energy is decided to the very least at the European level, if not at the global level. So it doesn't necessarily mean what is it that you are doing alone. Of course, that one has an influence, but it's important to see how we all together are doing. Then a lot of people start to actually reframe their view of what it means to be energy independent. And they're moving more to an idea to be energy self-sufficient. That is not the same. And then, of course, has an interesting consequence and when it comes to public debate, what kind of energy resources we want to have. So.
Thank you. Actually, I have a question for Maria because she has been waiting there for a question, I believe.
Yeah, also, we are like our very relaxed schedule is now we've taken, how to say it, we are in exact schedule now, but if you have a short question, I think we could ask it, because it wouldn't be very polite to let you just stand there.
The question is short, I don't know if the answer is short. Having worked personally in the project, one of the challenges that we faced was actual deployment of these tools. It was a very ambitious goal of us that we wanted, let's try to pilot these sustainable tendering tools and see how the municipalities in Lapland would behave, and then we can show the results and etc. But we found extreme amount of challenges, and most of these challenges are political issues. Simple question is, what can ministry and in a high level do to actually lower the threshold for these solutions to come into use?
Yes, this is good questions, and maybe I don't know the answer for that, but we have to do together that boost that everybody understand that importance. But I don't know the concrete measures for that. But we have to boost that.
Okay, yeah, it's a altogether challenge, especially the fact that you are here. It shows that we have your support as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Applauses for you. Kiitos. Okay, now before the lunch we have one more thing to do. There's going to be a panel discussion, and for the panel discussion I invite our moderator and the project manager Mika Uitto here, and you can take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it on? Yes. So, a little bit surprise program for all of on-site speakers. I would like to invite you all here, and first I would like to invite on the stage Petri Kuisma, who is head teacher in our school and a highly recognized energy expert. Welcome. And next I would like to invite to the panel Antonio Kalo, who is postdoctoral researcher on Arctic energy resources and nexus from Oulu University. Welcome also. Then I have honor to welcome to the stage again Maria Röykkä, who is working in Ministry of Finance Finland and program of Hankinta Suomi, Procurement Finland program there. And then next I would like to invite all the way from Netherlands Professor Jan Jonker also to the stage. His research focuses on implementation of sustainability, which is really crucial for us here in Finland also, and he is specialized in sustainable entrepreneurship, strategy and business modeling. Also, he have been teaching related topics probably before even I was born, so welcome.
Thank you for stressing my age.
Yeah, no problems. So, welcome everyone once again, and I have a few questions for you, and then audience, if you have more questions, please, now you have time in the end to ask them. Firstly, I would like to ask that is Hanna-Leena Pesonen already arrived here, because he was talking the midday and would have also been part of the panel, maybe no. So, firstly, I would like to ask that EU Green Deal has a huge goals how to tackle these climate challenges. In your work, how do you see them affecting SMEs? And Jan, maybe you could start from the topic. So, SMEs.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your introduction to the overall view of the Green Deal in Europe and everything that is happening. Thank you very much. Very well informed. It might be good to say that this train, the European Union even calls it a train, is now well underway and translated into the eco-design directive, into the right to repair, and a lot of things I will talk about later on. So that's important to say. All these developments are sooner or later focused on small and medium-sized enterprises, because in Europe we have an SME economy, which we tend to forget now and then. But we have an SME economy. I have the impression that here it is exactly the same as everywhere else in Europe, be it Spain or Italy or whatever, France. And in my opinion, there is a, let's call it implementation gap or translation gap. It depends on the words you would like to use, between the overall green, call it transformational policy of the European Union, and the actual translation into SMEs. So this is my biggest, call it worry, in this whole development. We have this overall multi-billion strategy of the European Union, but I think we should focus on what the implications are, the practical implications, as the dear lady to my right also said, the practical implications for a company running a supermarket in the town of. This is where the gap is, and this is where we should really invest time and energy. It's not a matter of developing more tools, it is a matter of where do we make the implementation, I call it implementation bridge. Okay?
Yes, thank you. What about Petri and Antonio? I think you have worked in the projects with the SMEs also. So what is your thought about this?
Okay, this SME is very important, every project, and as we know here in Lapland, we have quite a lot of unemployment, and so when we replace fossil energy to renewable energy, after that maybe we will be much more employment, and after that, so SME is very important.
Yeah. What about Antonio?
Yeah, I agree. Indeed, I also agree that we tend to forget that in Europe, SMEs are extremely important. My limited experience in involving SMEs usually comes through outreach activities. So one thing that quite often we can actually do at the university or academic level is to have activity, perhaps not necessarily framed in the more kind of like, shall we say, bureaucratic, I don't know how to say it, like official setting, but to have outreach activities. Where in Finland, for example, we are very well equipped in that. And that can be as simple as a diploma work or having activities where we invite SMEs at the university in an informal way to discuss practical issues. So we frame the conversation really in very practical terms. How can I actually reduce your electricity bill?
Yeah.
Something like that. And then that raises awareness. And once the seed has been put there, then automatically SMEs start to have, perhaps even by themselves, a much more positive and proactive approach. So that is one thing that I see, at least from the academic point of view, we can actually do.
Yeah, thank you so much. What about Maria? How do you see this with SMEs?
Yeah, my point of view, it's public procurement. So that public procurement have a big regional impact. So it's very important that that organizations have strategies which include that environmental and social aspects there, and that is a great tool for that.
Yes. Thank you. Second question, we talk about a lot of energy, and how do you see energy sector in future? What are the emerging solutions? We talk about those and technologies that will help to provide clean energy in upcoming decades. So maybe something in the future too. Maybe Antonia, do you want to go first?
The direction where the energy sector is going, it changes a lot depending on what we are considering in Finland, in Europe. In general, roughly speaking, one thing that I would like to mention is the smartness of the system. So the smartness of the system, which means it's not just we produce energy and we sell it, but that opens the door to a broad range of new economic tools. So the development of energy services, the possibility to have much more efficient energy system, reduce losses, to have a better forecast of what is needed, when is needed. So that is one direction where I can see the energy sector is going, and I'm very optimistic for Finland, considering that requires an intelligent and digital infrastructure where Finland is extremely well equipped.
Yeah, what about fusion? Is it coming soon? Do you think so?
Nuclear fusion, it's the energy sector that has been 30 years away for the last half century. So usually this is the running joke. This is also news from yesterday that there was some breakthrough in terms of scientific breakthrough. Chances are that before fusion, probably SMRs are coming, small modular reactors, the one that was mentioned before. If there is going to be a development, chances are that there's going to be a development in that direction first, simply because they are going to be, again, smaller and more distributed, that add flexibility that nuclear didn't have before. So that is one aspect. Fusion, it's technology is coming soon, but the capacity to produce electricity with fusion, that is few decades away.
Yeah, so soon it's coming.
Soon, yeah.
Yeah, what about Petri? How do you see this?
As we have heard, for instance, Mauri Pekkarinen say that wind power, it will rise all the time, and it will be very important to us, because Finland and also in Lapland, for instance, Lapland province is very large, so we have a very good place where we can construct new kind of wind power. And as we see also solar energy rise all the time, and also wood energy, for instance, wood chips and wood pellets, because we have very much wood here in Lapland, maybe. But as we know, there is a politics. Maybe there will be some kind of description in emission and CO2 and so on. And in the future, I think so that if we have more wind power, and we will construct more wind power, and also in solar system, and when we have very hard wind, so we can make, for instance, electric, and we can reserve that to the batteries. But as Mauri Pekkarinen say, maybe in the future, in hydrogen will be very important, and so we can reserve if we use wind or solar energy, for instance, springtime or summertime. So we can reserve this liquid hydrogen to some kind big bottle and tank, and in the winter time we can make electricity in this way. But maybe, as we haven't heard in news and newspaper, in Finland, as we know, we have problem. Maybe we will be problem with electricity, but people, they are save energy, and people have make very energy efficient solution. So I think also that this energy saving and energy efficient system, for instance, in industry, in heat loss, how we can use much more effective heat loss in the system to make electricity and heat and so on.
Yeah.
Maybe this briefly.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure that we could have another seminar about this topic, but maybe we go forward. To Maria and Jan, I have a question that do you see that in the policies of EU there is something crucial to be changed to achieve these goals? Maybe Maria, could you start?
That is good questions, because we have some, for example, directive that energy savings is coming. Is it next year or that? And it has a big impact also to public sector. But this is together challenge, but we have, for example, municipalities which have not so much budget, and it has to tasapainoilla balance for that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. What about Jan?
Well, I think that if I listen to my distinguished speakers before me, we indeed see a tendency when it comes to energy, which could be called smartification, localization, as two main drivers in how it's used, especially since the beginning of this year. Saving energy, called it smartification, is top of the bill. We now see in some countries in Europe the first figures of what the implications are of this strategy. My country, it is said we have now saved roughly 30% of the usual consumption of energy simply by turning the knobs down and smartifying. And when it comes to local procurement or national or regional or whatever, city procurement, all depends. I think smartification, using less, in terms of technology, digitization, is key. How would I say? Is core business for the years to come. We don't have solutions to save the energy yet. We even have now in certain places in Europe problems where there's too much sustainable energy which we can't use because the networks are no longer capable. Yes. So we have an upside down problem. So yes, saving energy or keeping energy for the summer, in the winter, etc., is a key problem. We don't have the solution. Nobody has a solution. Hydrogen is maybe a solution. In my country, it's seen as the solution. I have my doubts, but who hasn't? So we're somewhere over there, and there is a massive final sentence, a massive investment in different types of battery, from sand to water, from underground to... There's a massive effort to find the golden arrow of energy, battery, modern systems. Nobody has the answer. It's very interesting.
Yes. Thank you. Then maybe the last question before we will give a chance to audience to ask you questions. Transportation has huge environmental and economical impacts to countries, but also to people's wallets. How do we make transportation sustainable and affordable in same time? And I don't know who want to answer this because this is so easy. So go ahead.
It's a very impossible question. Thank you very much. We take lunch to try to address it as well.
All right, so we move on to the audience questions then. Is there some?
The floor to the others first. So we have Ville here.
Thank you. Actually, I have two questions in mind. We have been talking a lot about clean energy systems, which is of course important, but two also important words: affordable and resilient energy systems. One strength of Finland we have that over the last decades we have built our energy systems that we are using lots of different energy sources, and at this stage of the world it has been proven as a strength. Like in Petri's presentation, we have nuclear, water, wind, solar, and lots of bioenergy and factories. So we are not dependent on like some European countries on one energy or few energy sources. So our energy system is resilient. And one question is that is the future like in Petri's presentation and in Lapland we have water energy, hydrogen is or the hydropower is the main importance. Then we have wind, and then we have also from the factories. And is the future that we need to increase different energy sources even more and more, and also trying to use different intelligent energy systems that will control them. That this is the one question. Another one is the affordable thing. So actually yesterday in Finland we were using as much as electricity that we are providing. So it is close that we will need to shut down some energy systems, at least for the short time. And the price is very big. And the question is that based on the investigations, 40% of the Finnish households, like young families, if their life expenses will increase over 200 euros, they will be in trouble. And now it actually has. So the increase of the energy prices, it has increase of inflation, in prices of food, interest rates. So it's kind of a big societal problem. So is there any chance that we could do affordable energy systems, and otherwise that people in the night they are waking up in the night time and they are washing machines when the price of electricity is cheaper. So it's also a kind of a societal and economical problem. So two different questions actually.
Who wants to go first? This is also an easy question. Thank you, Ville.
Well, if I kick it off, thank you very much for your elaborate question. It is, of course, impossible to give a decent answer. for the simple reason that we have different countries in Europe with different capacities. If we look at France, 90-something% is nuclear. That's why all of a sudden nuclear is now green. It's a very simple explanation. If we look at Germany, they are the best generating country when it comes to sustainable energy. Why? Because they started 15 or 18 years ago with a solar panel, a PV national strategy, and that has paid off. So it's very difficult to say Europe is one place. That's basically what I'm trying to say as a first comment. So even if you look at Spain, if you look at Portugal, there are different developments. For me, the key issue here is what can we steal from other countries which is adoptable here. I believe very strongly in a diversified strategy. I'm a great fan, if I look at my own country. We have this tiny little shitty country and we're all panicking about energy prices, really panicking. Yeah, it's the talk of the day. Simply because we only had a gas strategy and that's now falling apart. So I believe very strongly in diversification based on national strengths. And if your strengths are geothermal, wind, and maybe in the future solar, I don't know. I don't have the technological knowledge to say something decent about it. We should invest, and more important, when you come to the second question, just transition, because that's your question, and I think that is across the board in Europe at this moment a crucial question. I personally think we should be smarter by using local energy local or making local energy local use. Otherwise we lose too much in the transport, and my colleague already said so. That's one. Second, we should scale up already available technologies such as PV. If I look at my country, the surface we still have available to install PV and use it locally in cars, in heaters, in washing machines is incredible. Although we started deploying a good strategy, we still have a massive opportunity to do so. I don't have the answer for your country. It would be arrogant to have an answer for your country, but I think we should really invest as a country in what is working in this country. And in my country it would be solar. It sounds a little bit funny for a Dutch country, but in my country it really would be solar. And maybe as of 2035, if not 2040, maybe hydrogen is a supplementary solution. But for the moment, no. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one more question, so Erson, go ahead.
We have Victoria.
Yeah.
Snow panels is the answer.
Well, Victoria Palasin from Vincit. Thank you so much for your talks today. It has been super interesting to hear about your work and how the sustainable transition is being taken into work, basically. So I come from a company that does development of the digital tools. So we provide end-to-end digital services, and actually we provide digital services that relate to energy. We create applications such as Oma Helen, in which we have seen that I think that we have had a few thousands of users using it daily, and in the past and in this fall we have had hundreds of thousands of people checking it every hour. So our infrastructure has had to scale up, and in that sense I see a lot of opportunities for digital tools to support the sustainable transition. And I wanted to ask you, what are those opportunities in your fields, opportunities and challenges that you see? Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go first? Antonio?
Well, a great advantage of having this capacity, this technology, that essentially what allows us to have is a detailed knowledge of what's going on. Doesn't matter if you're a company or you're a user, as you said, a lot of people are checking all the time. That means that someone somewhere somehow knows exactly not just what's going on in terms of price. For example, part of the research that universities in Finland are doing is to add to that system how much is the CO2 emission associated to a certain kilowatt. Because in the moment you increase the amount of renewable, for example, so you have variation constantly on the network, in the same way you can actually have variation of price, you can also have variation of CO2 emission on average associated to a certain kilowatt. And then there is a possibility that, for example, opens the door tomorrow, figuratively speaking, the possibility for user to make a decision, automated decision, enhanced by technology of my dishwasher can start on its own during the night, not just when the price is cheap, but also when the energy is clean. And to find a compromise, you have two elements, including the mix based on needs and preferences of different users. That is just one of the main things that can actually start to happen and open the door to a broad range of services that companies can actually start to take advantage of.
Thank you. And Ersan, we have time for one more question, I think.
Just a second. Yes, no. Probably this question would have been best addressed by Mauri, but I'm sure that Jan and maybe also Antonio can answer it. We talk a lot that EU with the Green Deal and green transition is leading the way worldwide towards a sustainable future, mitigate the effects of the climate change. Is this the golden lifetime opportunity of Europe to actually lead the way, pull the other countries, other continents and countries also towards, and lead the way in the next century, next couple of centuries?
There is no other global example of a governing body focusing on 27 different countries with different cultures and different problems, trying to set one long-term strategy when it comes to what I call sustainification and circularity. There is no other example. Is it perfect? I think no. If you want something perfect, better get drunk early in the morning. That's perfect. For the simple reason that they stumble along as well. They have plans. The plans are okay, then it comes into the political arena, then it comes into the daily humdrum, then it comes into a war, then it comes into... They stumble along, but in all honesty, despite the fact that they change almost on a daily basis, they have a clear view where to go. And the funny thing is, almost everybody in Europe, despite comments, despite disputes and everything, almost everybody follows. This is a unique example in the world. I don't know any other. I was just in New Zealand, in Australia 2 weeks ago. There are no other examples. There are big countries. But there are no examples where 27 countries are governed into a certain sustainability direction. And I think that is something we should embrace, all of us. Not by saying it's perfect, but by saying we don't have much other choices. Sorry for this almost statement-like comment.
And I completely agree. And there are two things that actually give Europe an advantage. Is sheer size, because we are many and the economy is big. So our sheer size, actually, if people want to, inevitably we have ripple effects at the global level, simply because we choose to do something as a group. And second, there are a lot of mechanisms in different markets, in different industry, in different ways. But there are a lot of mechanisms where, for example, if a company wants to do business with a European company to supply raw material, resources, whatever it is, the European company is responsible of where the procurement and how the procurement is done. So we can actually buy and have business outside Europe, but we have to hold that company to sufficiently high standards to be able to do business within Europe. So once you have the sheer scale of an economy that has this attitude toward the rest of the planet, inevitably everyone else has to follow. So with our slowness and clumsiness sometimes, anyway, we do have a lot of mechanisms where we do have positive
ripple effects. So.
To see what it means to be no longer in the European Union, take a look at the internet and how the Brits are reacting to the fact that they now start to realize they're no longer in the Union. There is so much comment now on their departure, their Brexit, that if it wasn't so sad, you should start smiling.
Yes, okay, thank you all panelists. Really interesting, really insightful discussions. And now I will give floor to our moderator, Samuli Valkama. Did he left already?
Who is chatting somewhere on the background, but never mind. I can take it from here. We go to lunch for the next hour altogether. And I want to emphasize this. Please stay here with us because we have one fantastic guy with an amazing keynote coming all the way from Netherlands for us. And then we also have Victoria and Heidi who has come all the way from South, from Vincit to facilitate a workshop in the afternoon. So we have lunch all together, and then the afternoon is a bit more relaxed because we have also more practical things. We're going from policies to actual action and talking about business models and also planet-centric design framework from Vincit. If you have any practical question, please let us know. But I think we go to lunch now.
Yes, and for the online audience, we will continue at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The lunch can be found, of course, there's one more practical thing, because you probably want to find the lunch, and people are not familiar with the place, so when you go to the very start of the building, this is a long tube on the right side here, there's the restaurant, and you can walk straight to the buffet, and on the right-hand side in the end of the room there is places reserved for us, so you can just go there. The door will be locked when everybody leaves here, so nobody can get in, and we will open it when we return from the lunch, so it's maybe half an hour or something like that. Yeah, thank you very much. everyone, welcome back from the lunch. I hope everybody enjoyed it very much, at least I did. And now we are going to continue with our program tonight. And we have the next speaker. I think we do not need to delay. Our next speaker is from Netherlands, Professor Jan Jonker. Please, you can come up to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for still staying here after lunch. This is a Dutch joke, so if you are offended, sorry. Thank you to my hosts to be invited here. I mean, it is a serious trip to get here, especially by train. So I think it's great to be here, and not in the last place, because 2 weeks ago I was in New Zealand, where it is summer at this moment, to make you jealous. It's 22, 24 degrees, a very mild climate. So if you come here, I now have over the last 2 weeks witnessed a difference of 40 degrees. And of course, I got a flu. Thank you for the invitation. I will talk about my work, and I will talk a little bit about myself because that was explicitly demanded. I just retired as a full professor at my university, the University of Nijmegen, which is a moderate university in the east of the Netherlands, 30,000 students, so rather small, relatively small, 6,000 collaborators. And I have been engaged in the debate on sustainability and circular economy for the last 30 years. First publication 1993. I could just spell the word sustainability, I should be honest, so I'm as old as that. My background is research methodology and quality management, so it's a logical combination of things. And I published last year with the team my last book last year, book number 35, and after a long debate with my wife, I decided to write one more book, which will be published on May the 24th, Friday, 2024 in the afternoon. And this is exactly my mentality. I'm probably born in Germany somewhere. I have a very straight, whatever. It's very tiring anyway. So don't try to take my place. Thank you again very much for this invitation. It's great to be here. It is because I was doing a keynote talk for the European Union that you approached me by saying, could you come to Rovaniemi? Never heard of Rovaniemi. Don't fool around. Not even knew where it was. Nobody, but that's what it is. And I would like to say congratulations with the great achievement of this project, because listening to the project, I think you've done a great job when it comes to what we call integrated or true pricing, when it comes to the focus on SMEs, and we earlier talked about it, on stimulating economic, or if you want, social regional development, on closed economic and financial loops. And finally, and I'll end with that, you also addressed, but didn't name it as such, the concept of what we call collective business models, collective social business models. So maybe during the workshop or tonight we can talk about it, but you can't talk about anything and everything. Basically, my message at this moment is, besides that I'm an EU fan with all criticisms you can have, we live in times of turmoil. It's very simple. And if I do have the time to talk to you, it should start with the times of turmoil. So I will talk a little bit about the world in turmoil, the changing role of business, key concepts, and then finally we talk about the recent work we've done on business modeling and some practical tools, because explicitly the question was, and can you then translate all this into practical solutions? So basically that's what it is. And of course, lots of time for questions. This is a Dutch landscape, just to avoid, I've added some Dutch examples to my talk. I hope you don't mind. This is a Dutch landscape, and at present the debate in the Netherlands is, are you looking at a well-groomed farm with a high efficiency, or are you looking at a biological or a biodiversity desert? This is one of the big debates, and if you follow Montreal, you have it, but the debate is livid in the Netherlands. So this is debate number one. Debate number two, in a country like Holland, we live, 40% of the country is below water, below the water level. We all of a sudden, we didn't see it coming, we all of a sudden have problems with water scarcity. So our whole national water system that is designed to evacuate water now needs to turn into keeping the water. Panic all around, panic all around. So for us, the energy debate, thank you for all the explanation, and the water debate are of the same kind. And that makes it very interesting, because there are many similarities when it comes to infrastructure, to what have you, prices and what have you. There's only one difference: you can't make water. You can make energy, alternative energy, but you can't make alternative water. So it makes the debate very interesting. We have some problems with energy. This is the average raise of the gas price in my country, 21 times. So we have energy poverty, we have energy collisions, we have everything that is linked to the word energy. And all this because we had free energy since the 60s, but our successive governments didn't put a little bit of the money aside to see the sustainability area coming, like was happening here in Finland, in Norway, and in Denmark. So we have serious problems. And then, of course, like all across Europe, we have the CO2 debate in all kinds of variations, and on it goes. So the big challenges for the moment are the climate change debate. Who is running the show? The governance debate. That's it's a hidden debate, but who's running the show? Energy transition, circular economy, or the material debate, the detoxification of many things, PFAS, CO2, water management, biodiversity, and of course social diversity, and all of that at the same time. So if you look at those debates, we are not simply faced with some optimization questions, some improvement issues. We are faced with, in the most meaningful connotation of the word, we are faced with transition issues. And they are driven by resources, resources scarcities and availability. That's a key issue, be it wood, be it water, be it energy, be it coal, be it whatever. Extreme volatile prices. Maybe this is not the case in your country, but the wood prices in my country went up 60% as of the beginning of this year, leading to a massive problem in the building sector. Massive problems, not just some nice little problems. We have fully entered the area of lawsuits. Everybody is having a lawsuit against somebody else, but especially against the government. We started the ball game 5, 6, 7 years ago, and we now have even a kind of national institute where you can get advice to do a lawsuit to your government. Yeah, even that becomes a business. We're in Holland, don't forget it. But lawsuits are now commonplace, so to speak. We see rapidly diminishing old markets, but also rapidly growing new markets. And in the debate on sustainability, we should really emphasize also the new markets that are emerging. It's not only old is going away, there's all kind of new stuff coming. And we should not forget that the EU plays in Europe an important role in guiding that debate. We can, one more time, we can discuss what they do, but this is, after the excellent introduction this morning, this is my briefest possible slide on what the EU policy framework entails. And yes, in the core is the Green Deal, but what is important is the Eco-Design Directive. And on the dark blue side, you see that we will then have extended producer responsibility, the Sustainable Product Initiative, and the digital material passports as instruments to translate the Green Deal. And on the bottom line, we have directives when it comes to guiding that process in companies, the EU Taxonomy for Investment, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive coming into practice as of 2023, and the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation. These are the building blocks of a framework which is much more elaborate, but this is just a picture. But it shows you the way forward. It shows you the direction until 2030, roughly. There are, of course, hundreds of details, and some other people might know more about it, but this is what it is. Anyway, we have entered a period of transition. We have entered what we now call the polycrisis area. I like the word, the polycrisis area. It sounds very fluffy. But the key issue is we have now wicked problems, meaning if we work on energy, we need to work at the same time on water, and at the same time we need to work on social inclusivity. That's the key challenge. And that's not evident at all because we have a disciplinary mind. So we work on renewable energy, that's my domain, but we don't work on social poverty when it comes to energy. So that's where the problem lies. One of the answers that we see in these debates is to work on sustainability and circularity. Sustainability has been around since 52, and circularity, first publication 1759. You all had that right, huh? 1759, first publication written by a Frenchman who was also a politician, a doctor, and something else. It's fantastic to see how long these debates have been around, and they are now, since the 70s, more vivid in Europe, and especially in the European context since 2010, 2012, because it was only recently that the European Union took that debate again on board, because under the previous president it had completely vanished. The drunken previous president, you remember? No, nobody remembers him. That's very good. So now we have von der Leyen together with Frans Timmermans, and they really drive the agenda. And the key issue is sustainability and circularity, not always for the sake of the planet, sorry to say, but for a simple economic reason. We want to have a solid, vivid, resilient economy in Europe. That's the bottom line of the debate. So this is the debate since 1972. We moved from a throwaway society to recycling. The middle recycling concept was invented in 1972, as you all know. And then all of a sudden, with the MacArthur Foundation, we reinvented circularity. We reinvented, because the first publication was, of course, in 1972 as well. And it means that we could theoretically create an economy where everything is used again and again, which is, of course, totally crap. It's a totally crap idea, because it simply means that everything we do we can use again. Well, if you fill up your car with petrol, it would be great if you come home to have still a filled up tank. So there's a lot of crap in the whole circularity debate, but then again, there's a very good core in that debate as well. So we should be very realistic. Now, this is our conventional economy, and then we said, well, we can, in the sustainability debate, use less, pollute less, and be more eco-efficient. That's what we recently discovered. My country, since the war started in Ukraine, saved 30% of its national energy gas in only 1 year. So yes, it's very effective. It's extremely effective. So that is where we are, and we still can do a lot of work in that respect. We talked a little bit about it this morning, but by making local energy, using it locally, well, there are all kinds of solutions, So basically, this is what we would like to achieve, which is fine. But if we start to look in the bin just when we filled it, it's not a smart moment. But that was our basic concept of the circular economy, but that's not going to work because we throw away what has no more value, or at least. So we have to start somewhere else. So we started to say we need a circular economy in addition to the linear economy and a recycle economy. And do not get me wrong, the linear economy is a very smart concept. It is as if we are also going to throw away the linear economy, which is absolutely ludicrous. That's not what we are going to do. No, we have to sustainify the linear economy, and then, for the parts that are available, make a circular economy, and then combine the two. That's the challenge. That's the transformational challenge. So if we do so, this is the economic model we try to develop. We sustainify the existing economy in a radical manner. 30, you get all the slides afterward. You don't have to make pictures. We sustainify the actual economy, and there is a massive gain we can have there. And at the same time, we look at those parts of the economy that we can circularize without losing out of sight that it should be sustainable. Because I can circularize paper infinitely as long as I add energy, mobility, human labor, new materials, etc., etc. So there's a very fragile balance between sustainification and circularization. This is what the economy should look like, and it should start on the process and on the design side. If we don't start by designing stuff for sustainification and circularity, it's not going to work. Then we still get a bin full of shit, so to speak. So this is what we should develop, and it means we have an economy on the one hand where we use and pollute less, they use less and pollute less, and at the same time we should have an economy where we use things smarter, smartification, and longer, longevity, if that's the word you want to have. And both words exist. We have an economy based on eco-efficiency and eco-efficacy. Okay, that's what we would like to do as a concept. Now, since we live in an organized society, we do not live in a tribe society, we do not live in a agricultural, no, we live in an organized society. Everything we do is organized. The water from the tap, the heat in your room, the food on the table, everything is organized. The solution to create sustainability and circularity is through organizations. It's a premise, but it's not unimportant, and it means that we look at organizations as institutes, and organizations are not only commercial organizations, but also government organizations, NGOs, and what have you. And organizations create value. That's why we have them. We don't have organizations for the sake of organizations, although some organizations think they do not agree with this point of view, but we have organizations because we want to create value. And how do you look at the value creating concept of an organization? By looking at their business model. It's very simple. So for the last 10, 12 years, we've done work in this field. We have developed the concept of new business models, meaning how do we bring social and ecological value to business modeling. And in more recent years, we did a lot of work for the Dutch national government and the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and we did a lot of work for the European Union, and we're not even now going to do some work for the New Zealand government. Yeah. So the essence of a business model is create and look at a logic of value creation, but here very often we have a misunderstanding. Value creation is a much broader than just economic value. Economic value is, there's nothing wrong with economic value under the condition that you have a broader concept of value creation. Well, if you have such a logic, you need to organize it, because value creation doesn't grow on trees. It's very simple. It's not natural in the economic organizational sense. And you have a revenue model, and that's where it becomes very interesting. You can decide on the nature of revenues you want to create. Do you want to create the value of social inclusivity? Do you want to create the value of less CO2 pollutions by using at a smart moment your washing machine? So the revenue models are a very interesting topic. So basically, we have entered a world with all kinds of variables. You can make very interesting models where you have value creation by making things. For those that are interested, scope 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if you are familiar. Probably some people are familiar with the scope discussion. The making and the use of products. Scope 1, 2, and 3. So that's the transformational discussion. And we have a value creation discussion by retention. How can we keep things running? How can we use things time and again? So the upper line is the conventional economic discussion, and the value retention discussion is more the circular economy discussion. But they are there at the same time. Against that backdrop, we developed a typology of business models for the economic ministry and then gave it to the European Union. And we made a typology of business models and we ended up by saying, well, if this is the development, can we say what kind of models we have, and can we say what kind of models we could expect? And we developed a typology of 7 business models, of which the first 2 are, of course, models about resources. What kind of resource models do you have? This is all about circularity. Can you design resource models in such a way that you can use it time and again? And of course, it goes hand in hand, brother and sister, with design. Everything starts and ends with design. If you give this practical examples, for example, in my country we have a heavy urban mining debate. I don't know if it's in your country, but urban mining is hot and happening. It simply means, can we use deconstructed materials time and again? And the question is, yes, but difficult, because all this material wasn't designed to be used again. So it's a very paradoxical thing. So if you start saying we like to have urban mining design models, then do not forget they come into play 50 years from now, if not later on. So we have kind of very paradoxical things. But we have urban mining, of course. Can we gain again sand and materials and what have you? And in my country, that's especially important because we have a sand problem. We have a fast-growing sand problem in the construction industry and a water problem in the construction industry. So it really is crucial. And second, in the design debate, we now have I don't know if you are familiar, the right to repair directive and debate, meaning that products new on the market should be made in such a way that they can be repaired. It's called, sorry for the words, it's the repairability. I haven't invented those words. The European Union had the intention to pass a directive, a law, just before Christmas, but as you all have read 2 weeks ago, the Parliament found the law too early, so it's now expected for early spring. France is the first country in Europe where you can now buy products with a sticker, a label, with right to repair on it, but France is very often a little bit ahead of those public debates. But the right to repair is although it's now retired, it's slightly behind schedule, 6 or 8 months. It will be there, and it means that we are now going to produce phones that are repairable. So that's the first 2 business models that we have, first 2 groups. Then we, not surprisingly, found there's a whole series of models when it comes to lifetime extension models, using things longer, sharing models, because we use stuff very bad, and servitization or PaaS models, products as a service models. And these are all 3 models that in essence try to dematerialize the function from the product. So there are functional models in the sense that you don't have to buy the product to have the function. It's like renting a taxi. Don't make it too complicated. You don't have to own the taxi to use the taxi. The only thing is now we apply it to all kinds of different domains. That's the interesting development, because the concept, of course, I suppose nobody here has its own train or own plane. It's servitization, of course. It's, of course, servitization. Well, I took one Dutch example because I'm a fan of the bike. Of course, we are a bike country. We have tens and tens of brands of bikes. And this is a fully lifetime extension, circular, recycled material bike. It's an e-bike, Roots it's called. Well, this is a typical example of trying to combine different strategies into one bike, and you can repair it yourself. So it's a little bit expensive, but it's a fantastic bike which combines all strategy at the same time. So it's a very nice example of a lifetime extension model because they send you the elements over the mail so you can repair yourself. We have other examples, of course. Then the second model we see here, the second are the platform models. Well, I don't know how it is in your country, but at least in my country, we now have entered what I call the e-swap area. Everything can be swapped against something else, children, bikes, shoes, what have you, and you invest by bringing in your own gear into the system, dresses, what have you, and then you swap in different in your different groups, so to speak. So it has become a highly specialized market, and it functions quite well. You can sell if you want. If you don't want to have your baby stuff anymore, well, you sell. But the essence is you can swap into almost anything. And it's completely digitalized, so it might fit. I don't know how it is here, but... Oh, and on the top line, that's Dutch, to avoid any misunderstanding. And it should read a little bit like Finnish to me, huh? And I hope you... I don't want to be impolite, but that's how Finnish looks to me, if you look at this. But the essence is the same. We try to do the same. And then, of course, we have, as a third thing, the product as a service models, very popular, servitization. And just as one example, you can now take a subscription on flowers, either artificial flowers or fresh flowers or whatever you want. But it's one out of, I think, hundreds of examples of how you can servitize something. Common products. And the key issue here, this is not for freaks. This is just common practice. You can servitize, you can have a pass model for your bicycle. Of course you can have, but you can also have it for flowers. Or washing machine or whatever, washing powder. Anything. So that's where we are. So we have three models growing in popularity. And then comes in the complexity, then comes in the real change, because these 5 models basically, you could say, help you to continue the present economy in a sustainable way, but it doesn't change the system. And then comes in the transition, because then all of a sudden we see that on the one hand, Europe, but also countries, separate countries, they move in their thinking from material transactions, I buy a bike or I buy a contract to use a bike, that's basically the same, to changing the game to life cycle responsibility for producers. In other words, there is now a change going on in the making where the producer remains the owner of the product. That is rather crucial, because then we have a game changer. And it starts with 2 models, the end of life models and the life cycle models. The end of life models and life cycle models are introduced or driven or propulsed, if you want, by 5 different developments. And we go through each of those developments to make you understand a little bit why this will not go away. It will not go away. It's not a whimsicality, as the English would say. We have 5 elements, and we will go through each of them. The extended producer responsibility, the material passports, the eco-design, I'll get back to the right to repair, the sustainable product initiative, and of course the digitization of everything, what I have labeled as tag, track and trace. So there are 5 important developments driven primarily by the European Union, but also driven by all kinds of other developments that will guide the way in the next, say, estimation, 7 years. First, the extended producer responsibility. I don't know if you have this in your country already, but it simply means if you put a product on the market, at the end of the life of that product, at the end of the life cycle of that product, you have the obligation to take that product back. It can be broken, it can be dysfunctional, but you have to take it back. And it simply says that you should organize yourself as a producer of washing machines together with your colleagues to get all the washing machines back or all the vacuum cleaners or all what have you. Now, this is called generally the producer responsibility for taking stuff back. And what has the European Union done? Recently, 2 years ago, they have added the word extended, and that's where comes in the real complexity. Namely, a lot of products are now, they now have a digital component. So you buy a table, and that table you have a little engine in it, and it goes up and down. You understand what I mean? You push the button, and okay. Now, all of a sudden, due to adding a digital or electronic or e-component, it becomes e-waste. Now, in the normal producer responsibility, it was the vacuum cleaner. That was clear. But now you have a piece of furniture with a tiny element of E in it, and that has become e-waste. Now, the word extended applies to all that material. So now producers of furniture have the obligation to take back their furniture at the end. And if you look at the, I don't know if you follow it, but the present strategy of IKEA, did you follow their e-responsibility strategy? It's very interesting to see how they solve the problem. They now have developed a strategy where you can bring your own furniture back. Have you seen that? Take back furniture in the UK and in Germany. The reason is because they are now responsible, but they sell the problem to the customers. It's very smart thinking. By saying, bring your furniture back, please. We give you some money, some credits, some vouchers, and they solve their own problem in terms of having their customers bringing back their furniture. It's a smart strategy. It's very smart thinking. Okay. Extended producer responsibility. Important in practice. It's a directive. It's not going away. The only thing that will differ is it will be deployed across different groups of products across time. That's the only thing that's happening. And the basic strategy will be, first of all, e-waste, then textile, then building materials, etc., etc. So it's a diversified strategy. Second, what now is going to happen is that all kinds of products will get a material passport. And that is important in the light of the digitization strategy that's now there. So this is a house materials passport, but I also could have written a washing machine materials passport. It means we have to declare explicitly what is in as materials in a product and what the quantities are, what the usability is of that material, and how sustainable it is. And that's very interesting because this is a very recent example of made by Metabolic on housing. But just imagine that everything you buy, your jacket or whatever, has that same component. So this is something that is now, it was invented, the materials passport was invented, I think about 10 years ago. Something like 10 years, I'm not sure, but correct me if I'm wrong, 10 years ago, and is now a component, a directive, a component across the board. So we get clothes based on material passports. I happen to be a victim of the materials passport for my own clothing, so I have a digitized jacket. It's exactly the same, eh? Everything is exactly the same. So if this is a circular jacket, and you can tell exactly what's in the jacket. And of course the jacket is relatively simple compared to a phone, compared to a house, compared to etc. It's important to understand material passports for everything. Then the right to repair, here it is again. The right to repair is for an important component, not only based on the design itself, I already stressed the importance, but also on the digitization of products. Simple products as washing machines, central heaters, vacuum cleaners, cars, and what have you. So the right to repair and digitization go hand in hand. And like I said, France has started in 2021 by experimenting with it on a national scale, but the assumption, and it's reasonable, the assumption is that the right to repair will be a directive as of 2023. Well, as things go in the European Union, it probably will be practical by 2025 and only apply to new products, and blah, blah, blah. But then again, it's a very important development in the light of sustainification and circularity. Yeah? And apply it to common products. Do not forget common everyday coffee machines and what have you. Then we have the Sustainable Product Initiative, the SPI, the new flagship. And basically, the SPI tries to link in those principles into an integrated design. So repairability, sustainability, demontability, and all those other unity words are into the same concept. It was launched this year in, I think, May, when we were in Brussels. When were we in Brussels? In May? May. It was launched in Brussels, and the assumption is that this initiative, this integrated design initiative, comes into play roughly 2024, but do not be surprised, it will be 2025 because it's the European Union. But it's important because this is where things really will change. And then finally, and this is one slide out of 100, we have the whole digitization development, meaning that if we want to be serious when it comes to circularity and sustainability, we like to track the life cycle of a product on a material and a functional level. In other words, if we look at the debates, we have the materiality debate and we have the function debate. Things function. A car drives, it functions. Now, we like to follow the two, the materiality debate and the functional debate, and it means we start to tag, track, and trace. That's a logical consequence because then we can do smart maintenance. Now, here I have an advanced example out of the textile industry where you can follow the life cycle of your t-shirt. You start with the design, of course, you then have a tag code, you can track how the t-shirt is being used by the user. You need server data for this, you need to collect the data. And you get at different stages product information, or you can even send offers to the user, or you can do a lot of things about what is happening. It means you get an integrated system of registration, verification, and use, which in itself sounds okay, except that I do not want to know somebody how I use my jacket. So if we look at this development, which in itself is an interesting development, we have a privacy problem, and I call it the two-spaced privacy problem, to make it very practical. This is a theoretical example of me and my wife. I'm already married for 45 years, so that's okay. She doesn't mind I use the example. And the left tube is mine and the right tube is hers. And both tubes are tagged and traced. And you can now exactly follow how often I brush my teeth. And she is brushing her teeth, and that's linked to the assurance contract with my dentist. Do I need to continue? Do I need to continue what the consequences are? And this is a very simple example of how things might go. And then we see my wife is brushing her teeth less than I do. In other words, I know this is a ridiculous example, but we should try to understand that if we digitize and datify all kinds of stuff around us, there's a very big upside. There is really a big upside when it comes to gaining material advantages in the circular and sustainable. But there's a heavy downside, and we haven't solved those problems at all. And for products, it doesn't matter. It's okay. It's okay. But just imagine you buy a washing machine, and it's tagged and traced, and people can now see you don't do your wash at night, and using cheap energy and CO2 reduction, but you use it over daytime. All of a sudden, you have an inspector at the door saying, "Thou shalt not wash during daytime." No. Of course, these are all ridiculous examples to explain that we haven't solved those problems. We don't know how to solve them, but it's in the part. So please remember the two-spaced privacy paradox or problem. To make this practical, and that was a very concrete demand here, is for the last 7 years we have developed all kinds of practical applications. And one of them is that people in business keep on telling us, but how do we apply this in our business if business models are so important now? So we developed the business model template, which is a system to practically design your own business model or modify your existing models. It's very simple because models should be very simple. It has through stages the definition, the design and the result phase. It's based on impact and values created. So it moves towards multiple values and the impact. And it's a design model which you can use in different ways, linear, but also in all kinds of different ways. You design your dream, you then organize your dream by choosing the appropriate business model, organize it through stakeholders and strategies, and then say what kind of impact would I like to have. But the advantage of this model is you can also say this is the effect I would like to have in a circular economy. So you move from the bottom to the left. What should I then organize? So it's to say it very correctly, it's a self-paced, interactive, modular model. And it works. It's very funny to see it works. We made a book, Organizing for Sustainability, published 1st of August last year. It's written together with my colleague Niels Faber and a team, underline the team. We published the book Open Access with Springer and Palgrave, and it has now 170,000 readers, which we think is quite successful, to say it politely. And we made two different things. First of all, we made an add-on for circular business models, for different business models, which you can have for free. So the book is for free. But then we did something else. We spent a lot of time and energy in the last 3 years while working on the book to develop a MOOC, a massive open online course based on 54 educational units. So you have the 10 blocks of the business model and you have 54 additional units. So if you say, I like to develop a model, you have all kinds of stuff, which you can follow for free one more time. It was driven by a serious funding of the Dutch government. And because that's not sufficient for many people, we started something called the Business Model Lab, where you can find applied tools to develop your own business model. If you are interested at your University of Applied Sciences, we can have a serious debate over dinner during a grappa or something else to see how we can bring this to your university, because at this moment not only courses are running in the Netherlands, in Belgium, but also, for example, in Korea. Yes, it's full of Dutch examples, but the funny thing is it's built in a modular way, so you can say, well, I like to replace this example by that, or it needs some time, but this is a full package that has cost an incredible amount of money. It's for free, which for a Dutchman is a very common, very strange comment, but it's for free. No, I'm making jokes of myself, of course. But if there is a way to bring this to your students, because it's long-distance learning, and we use it as a course that they follow at home, and then they come to the university often and have intensified workshops or stuff like that. That's how it works. And it looks as if we are also going to use this in New Zealand. So this is my open offer to see if there's a possibility for collaboration. And maybe more in particular, the Business Model Lab would also be a nice place to bring your tool you made for the European Union. So if you're interested, I can make the necessary connections. I'm almost there. Is that okay? They haven't left yet. So, see, I'm here. Wrap up. Okay. This is the time we live in, the transitional time. So multiple problems at the same time. It's just an overview of what we try to do. So don't be afraid of the complexity. It is complex. Just say it is complex. How are we going to deal with it? Don't solve it in a functional, one-sided way thing. Trends in business models. I think that is important to remember. That is, it's evident. Life cycle management. How do I design products on a different. Second, please remember there will be more and more obligations. You can cry out loud, you can give comments. And I think what is important, what we see now is what we call transformational design, the business model as a way to create social change. It means we have stumbled upon a concept of collective business models, regional or local collective business models, where groups of people try to solve multiple problems at the same time, electricity, food, mobility, in one concept. And if I listen to your presentation this morning, with all due respect, if you're going to do extra research or additional research, my modest advice would be if you can link your procurement strategy to this whole idea of collective business modeling. There are some decent publications, and especially the OECD in Paris is a great fan of the concept. So it's just information. So I think they're very interesting perspectives. Thank you very much for listening. Maybe questions? No, we don't have time? Okay. No, it's okay. You just tell me when to shut up.
Yeah, I'll take the microphone.
Okay.
I've lost all my microphones. Is it? Yes. I think, we are a little bit overdue, but and I have a feeling that there would be some questions in here. Mika or Erson, what is our timetable? Do we want to have some questions? I've seen Erson has been like leaning on his chair all the time.
This was 45 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do some questions.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to answer them.
Please.
Okay, any questions?
Please. No questions.
Okay, and then, but thank you. Yeah, up there. I bring the microphone. Wait a second. Don't worry.
Please.
Interesting, the final part, so business models. Like you mentioned, it's very crucial to kind of this circular economy based. Well, it's not going to happen if there is not sustainable business model and some gaining mechanism, and in this capitalized world we are living in, of course. One actually good example, every Finnish people knows the very famous Finnish shoes, Reino, Reiskat, everybody knows in Finland. I have bought it in young man, and I probably will use it in my retirement. My father also had Reino shoes, actually the same model, and well, only Finnish people like, and we have only 5 million people in Finland, so you can actually sell only 5 million Reino shoes actually. And they have facing this problem. It's very sustainable. You only need one shoes for your lifetime, and you don't have to fix it. You don't have to repair it. It's like that Dutch bike for a lifetime. But they are actually facing this. They have no business models, and they have nearly bankrupt, and they are thinking what to do. But they actually are very sustainable and acting as a modern way. But what is the business model for Reino shoes?
Yeah. Allow me to say, and please excuse me for my ignorance that I've never heard of the brand, so stupid of course of me. So maybe you can write it down so I can buy a pair, because buying a pair that goes a lifetime sounds very good. I think in practice it will not work, but it sounds very good. And what I see in different domains where people sell sustainable products or products that last, like this jacket here, I have a service contract on my jacket. I have a repair contract and a replacement contract. So if things are torn or what have you, it's all into the package. So I bought this jacket, I don't know, 10, 12, I don't know. I just don't know, 10, 12 years ago. It will last for I don't know how long, but the business model moves, that's my question. It moves from the product to the certificate, to the servitization. And one more time, I don't know this product of shoes, but what I see in other markets is, or you don't sell the product anymore, you don't sell the shoes, but you do a servitization full contract, or you sell the product and you do a whole package of servitization on the side. And that works quite well, because I pay a moderate amount per year for all my suits to be maintained. And that's a great service. So not the cleaning, of course, but just the maintenance. And that's a business model. And we did some research on the different possibilities you have to develop additional revenue models. I didn't present it here today, but we found something like 37 different possibilities to think about. So I'm not saying this should sit and you shouldn't do that, but there are all kinds of very interesting possibilities, because it's not only for shoes, but also for central heaters. You have exactly the same problem. If you sell a central heater that goes a lifetime, yeah, well, where's your revenue model? How's it going to work? So many other people have exactly the same problem. So in the end, they sell mileage, for example. Yeah, you have now shoes where you sell the mileage. Are you still with me? Yeah. Or you have a jacket that has protection until -15, which are all different concepts, because that's where you have to think. So standard economic thinking is, we only have 5 million people, everybody has a pair of shoes, we're out of business. But then go to New Zealand where they have 4,250,000, they have the same problem. So you have to think of different revenue models. And my basic Dutch credo is very simple. Look elsewhere, steal what you can, because you better steal something good that works somewhere else in your own market. Okay? But it's a good debate, eh? Don't get me wrong. Eh? It's not a one-size-fits-all. That was an interesting question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Ersa wants what? Okay. It is Mr. Project Manager. I'm watching you for the timetables.
Two questions, but quick ones. First one is related to what is the main driver that will help us move from overconsumption, and the second one is how do you see the European corporates adopting the sustainable business model and circular compared to, because we see a lot of startups and new companies in the last 10 years adopting them, but how, in your research and point of view, corporates are adopting them?
And the first question? And repeat the first question.
What is the main driver that will help us to move away from overconsumption in Western countries?
Yeah. Well, to give a simple answer, a little bit blunt answer to the first question, the present energy problems are, in a way, a blessing in disguise. Don't publicly say this, but if I see the movement that is now created, because prices have not gone up twice but 21 times, it develops, everything comes into an avalanche, it comes into a speed model. We do not have now 5 or 12 experiments with batteries, but we have all of a sudden 300. And yes, according to the law of success, we need 300 to have one. But it's all now in parallel. It's a very interesting movement. Everywhere in parallel, things are trying to speed up. We will only stop taking longer showers when the price of the water under the shower goes up, not simply once, but 20 times. So I'm a propagator of expensive water, which is not a good solution, but I'm a propagator at the same time. So that's one thing. We have been consuming much too cheaply for our past 30 years. And we can dream about it all, but that's what we really need to do. The second thing is, yes, you see thousands of startups across Europe. That's very good. It's vivid. It's excellent. New businesses all around the place. They die. Yes, fine, etc., etc. The real challenge for the years to come is the transition and transformation in large companies. So the debate for the future, but that's not the talk of today. The debate of the future is, how do we collectively create change and transition? The debate is not technology. We have basically the technology. The question is, how do we, in a large company like, just name one, Danone, Decathlon, Unilever, how do you create change across the board and what does it mean for the business model? That's, in my opinion, where it really matters. I have the honor to be involved now for the third time in the development of national strategies. So how do you develop this from a top level thing? Because that's one of the elements you need. It's an element you need. When it comes to Europe, I think Europe is doing very good when it comes to the ETS laws. I don't have to explain here. Or the ETS border mechanisms that come into place bit by bit, because you need to have firm mechanisms in place if you want to make that transition. Otherwise, it's not going to work, because then we take the plastic factory from the Netherlands and we bring it to Brazil, where we pollute the jungle. Sorry.
Thanks.
I step down.
Same question than Eros on the last one. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe one more applause for. Thank you for great presentation. Okay, so now our day is nearing to the last ending part of it, but we have one more speaker coming here to the stage. The topic is sustainable aspects on tourism, mining, forestry and well-being industries in Finnish Lapland. Welcome to the stage, Hanna-Leena Pesonen. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Jan. It was very impressive presentation, and it's quite hard to take the stage after you. But yeah, I'm Hanna-Leena Pesonen from the Regional Council of Lapland, and I work as a sustainable development specialist. And few words about Regional Council of Lapland. Yeah. Regional Council of Lapland is the statutory joint municipal authority, and all of Lapland's 21 municipalities are member of it. And our work centers on the well-being of Lapland's people, as well as living force, pulling force and holding force of Lapland. And we are responsible for the strategic entity and regional development financing and public authority. And we say we are inspired, considered, done team that boosts Lapland positively. And we promote the success of Lapland and well-being of people of Lapland. Global interest in Arctic areas are increasing, and we want to have our own say and decide on matters that are important to Lapland. Something about Lapland's Green Deal. Lapland's Green Deal roadmap is a part of the Lapland Regional Development Program, called Lapland Agreement. It guides the development work in our region, and it steers the public funding for development. And the point of view of Lapland's Green Deal roadmap is a green transition, taking into account the economic needs of Lapland and the special conditions of Lapland. And we say it's our own volunteer and joint agreement of a common goal and common will. And it includes 8 main targets here, and a lot of suggestions for action in each target. Here you can see those targets. First, we are also seeking to achieve the carbon neutrality since 2035, and almost all other targets are leading back to this first target. And although the state of nature conservation is at quite a reasonable level in Lapland, we need to ensure environmental protection in Lapland and halt biodiversity loss also in here. And tourism is a big industry in Lapland, and we see sustainability as a essential part of competitiveness of tourism. And we also believe that locally produced food promotes our sustainability. And because of our remote localization and long distances, transportation is also crucial for us. But we need to reduce emissions of transportation as well as develop our accessibility. And 98% of our area is covered by forest, and 75% of our forests are used in wood production. Well, it doesn't exclude other uses. But due to that, we have to use our forest wisely and sustainability, taking into account our climate and biodiversity targets. Yeah, and we have excellent examples of industrial circular economy in Lapland, and we also believe that circular economy as a lifestyle and business model can also create new growth. And last but not least, we have to make a great progress in the energy transition toward a clean and smart energy system. So it's our Green Deal. And the Green Transition Committee of Lapland, it's founded by the Provincial Cooperation Group. And that the Provincial Cooperation Group, it's the highest political decision-making body in the regional development in Lapland. And this Green Transition Committee consists of experts and stakeholders in different fields, and it coordinates and monitors the green transition implementation and that Green Deal roadmap. But to the topic, when talking about sustainability, we all know these three aspects should be considered as a whole, not as a separate pieces. And in addition, they should be regarded not only as local and national level, but also at the global level. For example, the environmental impact in our of the phone in our pockets cannot be viewed only as emissions coming from the factory chimney where it's manufactured. Sustainability should be looked at from the perspective of life cycle or value chain. For example, in addition to the direct effects of the factory, the sustainability of the materials it uses, subcontracting services, transportation, etc. And in addition, it will be good to review the sustainability of the entire operation. I mean, and the possible alternatives to the operation. I mean, we can ask if oil business is sustainable anymore, if there are more sustainable alternatives. And in fact, we should think of sustainability more like a donut. The donut refers to the image of two overlapping rings, and the social base describes the necessities of life, and the ecological sailing, the other ring, describes the natural limits that support life of humanity. And there is a space between those three rings, and it's an ecologically safe and socially just space where humanity can flourish. This is how I see sustainability. But to the topic, heavy industry is Lapland's largest industry in terms of both turnover and number of employers. Sorry, those are in Finnish or some statistics only. most of Lapland industry consists of the metal and forest industries. So the economic pillars of Lapland are mining and metal industry, the bioeconomy and tourism. And I'm curious about how sustainability is seen in these industries in Lapland and their role in Lapland's Green Deal transition, and what challenges and opportunities are seen. Here's some facts about the mining sector in Lapland. There are 5 mines in Lapland and 7 mines are planned. And the turnover of mining and quarrying is 500 million euros. And the metal refining turnover is 4.7 million euros. But the great question is, can mining and mines be sustainable? Can we even say so? When it comes to mining in Finland, we can think, yes, that it's globally sustainable, or at least more sustainable than other mining somewhere else. I mean, for example, we take care of our workers' rights, we don't use child labor, etc. And the environmental permit process for mining is strict. And in addition, by allowing mines in our area, we bear our responsibility for the harm caused by our high consumption. And we all know Finland's carbon footprint and ecological footprint also is at the top of the world, like in whole Europe. Europe consumes approximately 30% of the world minerals, but produce only 7%. So we can ask, is it acceptable that we outsource the ecological harm caused by our consumption to the other countries? But however, if you think about an individual mine, it always has ecological effects, and we only know some of those future impacts, for example on water bodies, especially if we are talking about sulfur-rich mines. So due to that, can mines be sustainable even in Lapland? Can we say so, even if social and economic sustainability is in order, and environmental matters and operations are based on the best information and best available technology is used? It's just a question. Well, the green transition has justified the needs for mines, and there is approximately 17,000 larger mines in the world, and as I heard, 45,000 more are planned. 45,000. Suppose all those renewable energy and, for example, electric cars required by the green transition are implemented with current technology. In that case, there is a big chance that we will need all those planned mines, 45,000. And this would have enormous environmental impact. It can't be sustainable. It can't be. Well, on the other hand, the number of mineral needs also includes other mineral needs besides the needs of the green transition. Sometimes we forgot that. And in addition, the amounts have been calculated using the current technology. For example, solar energy and electric car battery technology. And however, alternatives that require less minerals already exist. So we must be careful not to lock ourselves only into the current and commonly known and commonly used technologies. And of course, remember to reduce consumption and improve circularity. But if and when there needs to be mining somewhere, we must look at where they cause the least harm. That means that mines should establish where they can be as sustainable as possible, which can also be in Lapland. And we should reduce consumption in the first place. And then we should bear our responsibility and make mining as environmentally friendly and eco-effective as possible. And Lapland and the North have a good possibilities to develop the best and cleanest technology needed by the green transition, and the green transition to be as eco-effective as possible. Suppose we can make something work here in the Arctic in our extreme conditions and strictly regulated operating environment. In that case, I assume it will likely work elsewhere as well. So, we in the North can develop and have already developed and has created scalable solutions for more environmentally friendly mining operations. And we are already a forerunner in some solutions. For example, Metso Group, which exports solutions needed by sustainable mining around the world. We have also a significant solutions for the industrial circular economy in Sea Lapland. The Circular Economy Center offers support and help for companies to turn circular economy to their business. So we can offer solutions, pilot and share innovations for cleaner and eco-effective mining and mines and for industrial circular economy. And the development of these solutions is made possible by mining and mines here. And something about forestry. Forest industry is Lapland's second largest industrial sector, and the output of Lapland's forest sector was around 1.4 billion euros in 2080 and employed almost 3,400 people in Lapland. In Lapland forest, the growth of forest has far exceeded the removal, and for this reason it can be said that Lapland forestry is at sustainable level if you think about in the point of wood production. But however, it doesn't tell whether forestry is socially or economically responsible and sustainable. Forestry in Finland is based on private forest ownership, bringing incomes to local residents. So generally, we can say forestry in Finland and in Lapland is socially sustainable, at least more sustainable than in many other countries, where how Finnish forest companies operate elsewhere, it's a different matter. But what about ecological sustainability? As we know, forests are carbon sinks as they grow, and the bound carbon reminds the trees as a carbon sink until the forest is cut down. And in 2020, Finnish forest tied up more than half of Finland's calculated emissions. Well, in 2021, the carbon sink was much more lower. But the forests of Lapland are a significant carbon sink at the Finnish level. They bound 8 tons of carbon in 2020. It's almost 30% of the carbon sinks of Finnish forest. And as we know, there are significant forestry investment in Lapland, and this will raise the demand for raw wood in Lapland to a level far exceeded the sustainable wood production level. Metsä Group factory in Kemi alone will need 7.6 million cubic meters of wood annually. At the same time, Lapland's use potential is 6.12 million tons. Well, Metsä Group's factory plans to import wood from other parts of Finland and from Sweden also. But yeah, often we talk about only about carbon sinks, but the importance of carbon stocks are at least as significant. And cut trees can act as a carbon stocks, like in wood-based construction. But however, the most of the carbon from felled trees is released back quickly to the atmosphere, because only a tiny part of wood ends up in long-lived products. Therefore, in addition to increasing the carbon pound of our forest, we could and we should increase the carbon reserves by increasing wood construction and reducing, for example, wood burning. And how about biodiversity? Biodiversity loss is a serious threat in Finland and in Lapland also. 36% of Finland's endangered species live in forest, and 76% of habitat types are endangered. And the main reason for this is decline of old forest and large trees, and as well as forest renewal and management measures. The amount of rotten timber has decreased in northern Finland, although it's increased in other parts of country. However, Lapland's forest biodiversity level is higher than elsewhere in Finland. This is partly because we already have a lot of protected forest in Lapland. Actually, most of Finland's protected forest areas are in Lapland. Together with National Research Institute Finland, Luke, and the University of Oulu, we organized some kind of citizens' council on the sustainable and fair use of Lapland forest. In that method, 33 randomly chosen Lapis people were gathered together for 2 weekends and to learn and discuss together about sustainable and fair use of Lapland forest. And they got information from experts and formed a common opinion of use of Lapland forest. According to them, this panel, the different needs and uses of forest should be better coordinated and taken into account. And ecological values and carbon sinks and storage should be taken into account also. And according to them, logging in forests that are too young should be stopped, and annual maximum limit should be set for logging. They also wish to have more dialogue between different parties about the use of forest, as well as information about Lapland's forest and the importance of our forest and the effect of different use and management methods. But the results of this so-called Lapland Forest Panel was very exciting. It shows that ordinary people in Lapland appreciate different use of forest, as well as knowledge of forest, and want to save forest ecological values. And I agree with this, and in addition I want to emphasize increasing the added value of the forest. And we should strive to get the most significant possible benefit from the same amount of forest for the regional economy, for carbon sinks and storage, and for biodiversity. Well, the question is forestry sustainable in Lapland? Compared to the rest of Finland and the rest of the world, it may be more sustainable. Still, it's only sustainable if it leaves same opportunities for a good life for future generation. So the direction could have been better. Carbon sinks have decreased in Lapland and in Finland also. But our forests are still carbon sinks, of course. But according to Lapland's regional forest program, we want to increase voluntary protection, forest nature management in commercial forest, and continuous cultivation. And we also need to increase the added value of forest. But the forest sector is moving in more sustainable direction, and it has full potential to be part of the solution instead of the problem to both climate crisis and the loss of nature. And then something about tourism and well-being sector as a part of tourism. Tourism in Lapland is based on nature and the luxury it offers for well-being. And nature-based tourism, at least in Lapland, already has a lot of built-in element that ensure sustainability. Since tourists want to enjoy nature, it's in the industry's own interest to ensure the preservation of the natural environment. And when people get more nature experience, the accessibility and interest in nature conservation also expand, and it contribute to its funding growth. In Lapland, internationally attractive tourism plays a significant role in the regional economy and creates vitality for sparsely populated region. And consumers' decisions are influenced even more strongly by the responsibility and sustainability of the travel destination. And 15 destinations from Lapland and about 230 companies in Lapland are involved, tourism companies are involved in Finland's Sustainable Tourism Program, or STF program. And 38 companies and one destination in Lapland have received that STF label. And 114 companies and one destination from other parts of Finland have received that label. So, therefore, we can say we are forefront of sustainable tourism in Lapland. And Posio is the first destination in Finland to receive that STF destination label. And Posio can be also found, for example, in the Global 2020 Sustainable Destination Top 100 list. And sustainable tourism and tools for it have been actively developed in Lapland. I'm especially proud of the pilot development of the carbon footprint calculator for tourist companies in the Välkky project, maybe because I was leading that project. The calculator is now part of Visit Finland's STF program, and we also developed different guides for green transition for tourist companies. But transportation is the most significant cause of emissions of tourism, which also requires development in Lapland, especially arriving in Lapland. yeah, the biggest bottleneck in Lapland tourism sustainability is arriving. The possibility of electrifying can be a solution, but it can also mean the change in the target market. Well, Lapland has excellent conditions and much untapped potential for sustainable tourism. And good basic for developing sustainable tourist products is the growing trends of nature value and values of well-being, as well as the growing trends of increasing free time and location-independent work. And wellness tourism is already rapidly growing industry in Lapland. And our nature promotes opportunities for new kind of welfare entrepreneurship and activities based on regenerative and sustainable tourism. These nature-based wellness and experience services are emerging also as one of the topics of Lapland's new smart specialization strategy. Last, as Antero showed in the morning, Finland has received or is close to achieving many Agenda 2030 goals related to social and economical sustainability. But similarly, Finland's biggest challenges are related to ecological sustainability goals, like in the other Nordic countries also. We have lived beyond the Earth's carrying capacity. And now the challenge is whether we can correct this imbalance fairly, both in our country and globally. So, as long as all aspects in sustainability aren't in condition, we can't say we are sustainable. The situation is same in Lapland and in our tourism, mining, forestry and well-being industry. We have to put more effort to environmental goals. And I have seen a lot of progress here, and we are on a good path. So let's continue to continuously improve on sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think now we are a little bit late for the schedule, so I think there's no time for questions right now. I'm sorry, but thank you very much. We are going to go next for a coffee break, and after that we're going to have the workshops. I think these two things are going to go a little bit simultaneously, because the place where we are going to have the workshops is also the place where we are going to get our coffee. So I think we are going to find some kind of synergy from that. I thank you all for this part of the day. It's been awesome to hear all the presentations, and it's great that you all came here to have the presentations, and I've enjoyed my time. I hope you all have enjoyed as well. But now we go to coffee. Coffee is in the same room. It's called Aurora Auditorium or something like that. We go there, and I hope they have the coffee ready for us, and let's continue with the workshops there. Thank you very much.